Good morning. Today is June 10th, 2025. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the State Board of Education. I now call the June meeting of the State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and listening online. Thank you for doing so. We have 10 members seated at the board table. Commissioner Watson is on my immediate left, Vice Chair Danny Zach next to him, and Board Attorney Mark Ferguson is on my right. Board Secretary Deborah Brimmer will be seated at the right end of the table soon. And I'm going to give Board Attorney Mark Ferguson a moment to introduce somebody.
Thank you. I sent around Brooke Daugherty's resume for you just to give you a heads up. I tried to introduce her to a few of you, but I know how important getting prepared for the meeting is right before, so hopefully sometime during the day you'll get a chance to meet Brooke Daugherty, who's standing up and in the back of the room. She's joining our firm for the summer as a second-year law student from UMKC, and she'll be returning for her third year as a lawyer, as a law student to be practicing law in 2026. And she was helping me with a few research projects along the way and wanted to give her practical experience to see how government works. So I've invited her here today and hopefully you get a chance to meet her and say hello. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Brooke. Okay, the mission statement for the State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Let us rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I am ready to receive a motion pertaining to the minutes of the May 13th and 14th State Board meeting. There were several editorial changes, grammatical type things, little bits and pieces, which were emailed to the board last week. The minutes in your board materials packet include those edits. Melanie, do I have a second? Jim? All in favor? Raise your right hand, and we have where are we at? 9 in favor? No? Present, not voting. Okay. Next, we have the agenda before us. Are there any changes to the agenda or to the consent agenda? Oh, I'm sorry. Dennis, did you have something from before? Okay. Michelle.
Thank you I accidentally hit it twice. Just would like to pull D and E off of the consent agenda item to vote separately, please.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I would like to pull C.
C.
And actually, all I was wanting to do is to divide the question. So
Okay.
Well, I guess that's still, it needs to be pulled then, yeah.
Okay. So we will pull these three for a separate vote. Okay. So do I have a motion for the agenda and as amended? Betty, second? Michelle? All in favor? 10-0 vote. And now the consent with C, D, and E, which is, hopefully I have this correct. Let me just speak those. Acting on an interlocal agreement is C. D is funding, new funding for Kansas 21st Century grants, and E is approving continued funding of 21st Century grants. So the consent minus C, D, and E. Do I have a motion to approve that? Melanie, in a second. Betty, all in favor? That would be a 10-0 vote. Okay, and on C, so Debbie, you're just pulling it for separate vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so for consent item C, do I have a motion to approve? Melanie? Second, Jim? All in favor for C? Ten zero, okay. And then for D, on the act on funding new Kansas 21st Century Community Learning Centers for 25-26. A motion to approve? Beryl, second? Dennis?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
What are we doing? We're voting on it now. We're pulling it and voting on it now.
yeah. Yeah, so, because you just asked to pull for a vote.
Now, we only just divided C. We didn't vote on it, right? Because I'm really confused
We pulled it from the consent agenda.
to
which
divide the question.
I don't,
Just
it's,
basically to vote separately on Smoky Hill and the Central Kansas Education Service Centers. There's two different service centers. I was saying, can we pull it so we can vote on them separately is all.
okay, they're one item. Okay, I apologize. I misunderstood then.
That's okay.
What you were
I'm
looking
just
for.
confused.
And I don't have, hang on just a moment.
Is it the same thing?
Yeah, I
Because
think
I
it's
thought they were
one
two different
agreement.
education centers.
It's an interlocal agreement.
Right, but they're not two separate entities then?
No. No, it's, we did vote on C. I apologize, though, because I misunderstood what Debbie was asking for. So it is one agreement. I think it's saying that it's Smoky Hill and Central Kansas Education Service Center is an
Together. Okay,
interlocal.
then I'm not worried about it.
Okay,
If
okay.
if that is okay with everybody.
Yeah, well, we
All right.
did vote. Okay, so we're going to go back to D. And I apologize because now I've lost my place. Did we have a motion to approve? Beryl, correct. And Dennis for a second. Okay, all in favor of D?
Is there any conversation?
Did you have a comment?
No. I
Well,
just said-
this is to, if we have conversation, then we need to move it. Michelle asked for a separate vote.
Right, is there going, did she need conversation? I'm just
She
confused.
asked for a
Okay,
poll for a
all right.
vote. So that's what we're doing.
Okay,
Okay, so all in favor of D? 8 yes, no's. And present not voting. 2 present not voting. Passes 8-0-2. And then for E, the approval of continued funding. Motion, Melanie for first, Betty for a second. All in favor? Eight opposed, 0 not present, not voting. 2 passes 8-0-2. Okay, thank you. And looks like next on the agenda is the commissioner's report. Dr. Watson.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, long time no see to both of you. That'll be probably more self-explanatory as we go through the agenda, but Kathy and Danny have been spending a lot of time. Appreciate all of your efforts. It's good to see all of you. As my travels today, I'll be sharing with you some of the travels throughout some of your areas. And most recently, I spent some time with the advanced section, the advanced kids. These are high school kids at Emporia State that want to be teachers. And they attended last year's teacher session at Emporia State. Many of you have been in attendance of those. This year they had an advanced session, and right at 100 students came back, said, we want more. And so about half of those were young people that are going to be entering college this fall, and the other half were primarily going to be seniors this next year. A wonderful opportunity, and I I know that you're appreciative of Emporia State's efforts to engage young people in high school that want to be teachers. And you'll hear from Shane later on about the Registered Apprenticeship Program, which I can just tell you is phenomenal. We're 2 years in, and the numbers. So the good news that I want to tell you today about as you think about your efforts, we can't do this work if we don't have great teachers in the classroom, a great principal in the building, a great superintendent, and all kinds of support staff. The numbers of people wanting to become teachers right now in that freshman, sophomore year or in high school appears to be back to where it was pre-COVID. Not yet in the junior, senior year. So we still have a couple of years where that number, and Shane will be going over numbers with you, is going to be down. So as we think about helping kids, our efforts are not going to change from trying to encourage people to go into the profession. That stays. But we really have to make sure that the quality of the people and the training, the ongoing training of people is at the highest level possible so that they can deliver quality instruction, hold schools accountable to that instruction. So you'll hear us talk about that some with the board goals. But I just wanted to tell you I was at Emporia and met with parents. They were there for a little bit of the graduation ceremonies, if you would. And it was just, so much fun to connect. Several of the young people in Emporia, parents were also teachers, and they were so proud of them. Also, recently, I had the opportunity to attend. This is a bed and breakfast barn destination area outside of Alma, Kansas. Literally in the middle of great Kansas wheat fields, surrounded by beauty of a creek that was running by. And this is the barn area. And you can see historic, been renovated. And I think they rent this out for weddings, of course, and all kinds of things. But the reason I was there was to honor a 2008 federal bill called the Farm Bill of 2008. All right. And in it, it directed the Secretary of Agriculture to encourage states to operate child nutrition programs that would purchase unprocessed, locally grown, and locally raised agricultural products. If you want to know what we call that today, it's called farm to school or farm to plate. And it's been something that this board's been extremely interested in. We were hosting a tri-state conference. So we had schools here from Kansas, that you're seeing here, from Nebraska and the State Department of Nebraska, and from Missouri and the State Department from Missouri. And we were coordinating the efforts for learning more about farm to school. And so this evening was about that money that goes to every state to do that work and to issue grants to school districts or partners. And I'll talk a bit more about that. On the left is, on my left, on your left, is Kelly Cheney. Kelly will be with you tomorrow, talk about the summer lunch program. But she obviously and her staff organized this. And you can see I never miss an opportunity to eat. And there I was engaged. And then everything you see here was locally produced. And what you even can't see, and I'll talk about, but everything you see here was locally produced in Kansas, in basically around the Alma area, some of which came from schools directly and kids. In fact, one young man, a third grader, had said, he was talking about kale. I didn't like this green stuff, but I like the stuff that I raise, the green stuff I raise. Same stuff, right? But he didn't like the green stuff till he participated in raising it. What you can't see there very well is Pacheco Beef, which is just outside of Manhattan in the Alma Wabaunsee School District, provided the beef for this somewhat of a taco bar. So everything here was exactly what we hope to see in schools and what was encouraged in the 2008 federal bill that said, you don't have to do these things, states, but there's some money, there's grants to go do this, and we would encourage you to do this. So what are some of the advantages of this is that local food is purchased. So growers of, again, produce and also of livestock, poultry is encouraged. Improved school health and nutrition. And you've heard Kelly say a lot, and Jim would know this, in your time in schools, kids come to school hungry, right? Dr. New, you knew that too. And they don't tell you, but mid-morning, you really know it because they're acting out. And so good nutrition, and if we're tying that to local nutrition, it's a win-win. Support, again, for the local economies, just some benefits that come out of that. Improved student learning. There's research around that. Reduced food waste because students they're more bought in to what they're doing. Increase school garden involvement, and again, local business support. It sounds so easy. What I learned in the time that I was there by all of everyone, it's not easy. I mean, I just was listening to Pacheco Beef talk about, okay, their beef, they graze in the Flint Hills. Their beef, though, is brought in. They then graze them for a period of time and get them to a certain weight. And then they have to put them back on a trailer, take them, and then they feed grade them to finish them off. And then they have to sell them. And they talked about where do they get it processed, how do they get it, and then getting that to the school, many challenges. One includes, remember, schools feed every day. So there's got to be enough volume to make sure that kids have food every day. But they were really good at walking people through the process of how to do this. So you're going to hear more over the next several months about school nutrition as it relates to farm to school. Dennis, I know you've been a real supporter of this from the very beginning on the board. And it, again, when you live in a state like Kansas, which is a heavy agricultural state, it makes a lot, or Nebraska or Missouri, it makes a lot of sense. Again, not easy. And so you're going to see more and more communities doing this, sometimes on a small scale where they can't every day, it can't be, local produce, but at least get that started. So I wanted to bring you up to date on that. I'd be happy at the end to touch base and talk to you about that. Okay, I'm looking at all of you now. Forget the kids we have in school right now, Michelle. Let's think about, you remember doing this? Remember doing a bubble sheet? How many of you took the Iowa Test of Basic Skills? Were you in Iowa, Michelle, when you took the Iowa Test of Basic Skills? Michelle has a legit, the rest of us were probably not in Iowa taking the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. And I was, right? And you took the Iowa Test, and that started in kindergarten. Oh, yeah, the Iowa Test. Now, you may not have taken it, but it started in kindergarten. And it's a test that went on into high school. But most of us remembered somewhere in our elementary years taking the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. Not mandated, not it was something the schools did because they wanted to provide a report to students and parents. And it looks something like this. This is an actual one from 1991. Okay, some of you would say, well, that doesn't go back far enough for me. I understand that. So it's sometimes hard to find replication of what would have been some of your area, but 91 would have covered some of you on the board. And so this is what it looks like. Now, you can't see that very well, but let me just tell you, that gray area that you see, that is the standard range of where most kids in the country that took the Iowa Test of Basic Skills scored. So if you remember this, I'll give you mine because, I took it home. Like, my mom doesn't understand NCE scores, standard deviations, right? and by the way, all these things you're signing, because we're doing this process in Kansas right now as we speak down the road. What was my mother looking at when she looked at this? Because she didn't understand that top part, which again, it's hard for you to see. There's all the psychometric part of whoever designed the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. What was my mom looking for? Yeah, was I to the right of that gray area? Or was I to the left of that gray area? And if I was to the right, my mom was generally happy with me. If I was to the left, my mom was not happy. And if I was in the middle, she was okay. But the bottom line was, you need to try harder. You need to do harder. I tell you that because I think most of us experience the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. It's not given to many students. It's still offered. Most states have gone away from it because states have moved to their own testing as required in federal law. You can use the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. You'd have to align to it. But the conversation that my mom would have with me, not knowing anything about the test, was, you need to do better. You can do better. You need to study harder. You need to read more. She didn't go to school and have a conversation with the teacher. It was all on me. Did you feel that too? Like, okay, it was all on me to do this. And that was the report going home. I say this because next month you're going to vote on cut scores. You're going to have a large discussion. You've been discussing. Ben will be talking to you this month about that. And I look at that and go, I don't think parents understood that either, but they wanted to know, how is my student doing relative to either what they're supposed to know or to someone else. And in this case, it was against other Midwestern students that were taking the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. We have a podcast. I told our people, how many of you listen to podcasts? Oh, good. How many of you know who Joe Rogan is? Okay, like the top podcaster. So our goal is to beat Joe Rogan next week. We're not going to beat Joe Rogan. But if you all listen, we'll get closer. Okay. Here's the one we just recorded, and it gets released on Thursday. Tiffany, I look because she's our editor in chief, and the title is "Keeping Kids Safe Online: Summer Tips for Parents." We had representation there from the Attorney General's office, from the KBI, and from John Calvert from our Safe and Secures unit, just talking from everything from some child trafficking and online behavior, and helping families and kids be safe. So we hope you tune in. We hope you like it and tell people about it. This month, we get to, unfortunately, say goodbye to someone. And right now, he's over across the street meeting with new superintendents, but he'll be with you. And so you can thank him for his service. I tell him, I don't like that picture of him because he's in his office. This is how I remember Ben, right? Tall, and if you read behind, talking about coherence. But what Ben did in his time with us is move us from an accreditation model called KISA to now what we've adopted called KISA 2.0. And he did that by involving lots of people in the school improvement process. Lots of people. He got lots of voices to come to the table. Us, our TASM providers, schools, and he's in a constant feedback mode that has been taking place even with our advisory committees, and every time that we're out, we're asking for feedback, and then he and Jay and Myron and the whole team tweak every part along the way. He's done a lot of other things. You know that he brought focus to our at-risk work in the list. He brought focus to the seal of literacy, and a lot of Shane's work. So I don't want to diminish all the other great work that Ben has done, but later on today, if you'd sneak and just thank him, because next month we'll have Renee Nugent here, and we're happy that she's coming. But Ben is going to leave a great legacy, and he was at a budget workshop yesterday where he's already. I said, "Do you have your budget done in Heston? You got that done?" As he goes back to being superintendent. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I cannot give you any of the answers to the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, Michelle, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
I wished I would have been at Alma with you.
I know. I think all of you
Yeah.
wish that, yeah.
I just, that is special to my heart. We ate peas out of our garden on Sunday. I hoed my corn on Saturday, and turned the cattle out to new grass yesterday. So I'm on this track where I like to raise everything that I mean, as much as I can. And so I just encourage districts to come up with some some kind of a program that they can get kids involved in. The joy of raising food, it is a blessing.
Dennis, and for all of you, the key to this is a really good active food service director that wants to take this on, because it's a lot of work. We'll help. We'll walk side by side. There's some grant money to help, but there's a lot of legwork that it takes to get them from your farm to Haven School District, right? If you were going to provide. And so you've got to coordinate a lot of local people. And but it's such a win when you listen to kids talk about the pride that they have, that they're eating the food that they helped raise. And you talk to the local producers like Pacheco Beef saying, we're so proud that our beef isn't just, we're proud to raise beef across the country, but when it's served our kids go to school.
Yeah.
That's such a pride on both sides. And we all talk. Betty is really good at reminding us about the communication and the power that we have with our communities and our parents. But what strength this is, right? Where we're really partnering with our community to bring this on. And I thought you were going to tell me that the cattle got out, like happened to Connie, not too long ago, where she had to go get the cattle back in.
Well, that has happened. I chased him down on a Sunday morning, and that was tough.
Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to second with that. Maybe this is a direction our home economics can go, because I made my own homemade triple antibiotic ointment. And I had 48 jars of it, and they're gone. So I have to make some more. But those are the kinds of things I think the kids really would enjoy. And, yeah, I'm not up to you, Dennis, but I have chicken eggs. I'll trade you some for beef.
Connie?
I live in Tonganoxie, and when we moved out there, it was a farming community. The saddest thing to see is the farms being done away with, because kids raised on a farm don't always want to stay. And it's really sad. I just saw 640 acres. They're going to be a housing development.
Right.
And it's really sad. I mean, they're going to have 10 to 20 acres on each of these houses, but the farmland's disappearing where I'm living. So my husband wants to move west. And I'm really
Kathy
trying to
will welcome
stay
your
where I
family,
am.
Connie.
But chasing cows on a Sunday morning, been there, done that, before you go to church. I mean, farm life for my kids was wonderful, because they learned a lot about animals, how to treat people, even animals, you treat them with kindness and things. So I'm very appreciative that we had that farm life. And we're passing the farm on to a family member. So
That's really
hopefully
great.
it'll stay in the family.
It's really great.
Melanie?
Commissioner, thank you for pointing out how much fun the students can have when they're doing this work. So I just wanted to highlight that when we did graduation requirements updates a couple of years ago, we put that survey out. The number one thing, you might recall, the number one thing that students said they wanted to have as a required class, and you'll have to unpack this one on your own, was agriculture. They said far and away they really wanted access. Well, actually, the number one thing was life skills. Sorry, the second thing that came through that was agriculture. And that was a lot of students in rural districts reminding us that they want access to those classes because the work is changing. Combines are now computers. Yeah. They really want to have the opportunities to get into some of that. And as you pointed out, when kids grow their own food, they're more likely to eat those foods in the future. Right. So that's a really big deal. And I'm just reminded of the groups that we've had in front of us where they're growing even on a small scale in a more urban district. They're carving out just a little chunk of space that they can build as a garden. Or my favorite was the trailer that they brought in, and they were growing food inside the trailer hydroponically. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just had tomatoes, right, and you're going to serve tomatoes, again, there's a contribution that can be made there.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Oh, wow. Ready, sir? Okay. Sorry. Do I have the verbiage? I don't think I do. Mm-mm. I don't have the verbiage for the. That's okay. We'll wing it. It is, excuse me, 10:30, and I now call the Citizens Open Forum open. We have 5 guests who have asked to speak. We will start with, oh, there is a little thing in there. We do ask everybody to be respectful, talk about topics, policies, issues, and not people. We want to keep this very civil. Anything that is discussed, the board will take up later and decide if it needs to be an agenda item. So we will come up first with Emily Brownlee. Second will be Linda Highland. It is a 3-minute time frame, and our board attorney will be holding up the, 1 minute, and then 30 seconds, and then time's up. Okay? When you're ready.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning. Thank you for including all of us in your conversation today. Over the years, many health professionals and advocates have spoken to this board about the harms a technology-dependent school has on children and teens. In the months to come, I hope we can partner together to discuss kids' brains and screens, but today I am here to paint a painful yet realistic picture of what our children experience each day as they enter the all-new big tech American school. Kids, teens, before you enter the building, do you have your video camera in case you want to capture and post an embarrassing picture or video of a classmate? Your TikTok app, all your Instagram influencers, your music, Netflix, YouTube, Discord, pics that are circling the school? Is your geolocation on and your 1,000 Snapchat strangers in your pocket? Oh, and don't forget your online gaming, Fortnite, Minecraft, League of Legends, and make sure you still have access to millions of pornography videos. Well, we are so glad you're prepared for school. To enhance your learning experience, we are going to give you a one-on-one device to use all day as you sit at this desk. With this machine, you can watch entertaining videos for the duration of class, alienate your teachers and peers, discover multiple ways around the firewall, cheat your way through high school, learn math, science, and reading in a gamified way. Let Google create a digital profile of you and allow the YouTube algorithm to lead you down a destructive path full of inappropriate content. Lastly, when you use these school-approved apps, you consent for EdTech to steal and sell your information, because in their privacy agreements, most say, quote, "When you access or use our service, you are deemed to consent to the collection, use, retention, transfer, structuring, manipulation, storage, transmission, and or disclosure of your information," end quote. Most importantly, though, kids, you must sign a digital compliance agreement not to misuse the drug-like devices that are designed to be addictive that we allow at our school. As a former high school teacher and a mother of 4 children, it's alarming why I constantly have to prove with scientific research why this invasive technology is detrimental to our kids when nobody in the field of education can prove why it was beneficial to be introduced in the first place. Why did we allow schools to become Silicon Valley profit centers? Why did we replace human interaction with machines? Why did we replace pencil and paper with keyboards? Why did we replace physical books with digital ones? Why did we force our children to stare at a screen for 7 hours a day when we had zero research on what it would do to their eyes, their brain, and their humanity? Technology, as it's currently being used, is not the future of education, it's the demise of education. You have a golden opportunity, as Dennis recently mentioned, for Kansas to be a lighthouse for the nation. save the current generation and all those that follow by eliminating the 101 tech programs that we have in our schools and by prohibiting distracting and addictive personal devices for the entire school day.
Emily, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
I have one more point. Then and only then will we be well on our way toward educational equity, transformative classrooms, and flourishing human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Linda Highland, and after her, Nancy Moneymaker. And after that, Zach Wentz. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and Committee and Commissioner. Here are the words of experts who reshape Kansas schools and the religions that influence them. First, we have Shirley McCune. She was speaking in Wichita, Kansas, to the National Governors Association for Education, and was hired by this board to bring us QPA and schools for the 21st century. At that meeting, here are her words. Two things matter, human capital and information to create new products. What we are facing is total restructuring of the society. Schools are no longer in the schooling business, but rather the center for all human resource development. We are now teaching facts, no longer seeking facts as the primary goal of education. Curriculum is to prepare them for psychological skills. The synthesis of technology with educational tasks opens new possibilities for more humanistic schools and educational systems. Anticipatory socialization. Shirley was in the New Age movement and wrote the New Age book, The Light Shall Set You Free. Bill Spady was the father of outcomes-based education. Here are his words. When we evolve to paradigm 5, transcendent OBE, oneness-based experience will be there. Who knew that oneness was really outcomes-based education? Robert Mueller, the father of global education, was awarded the UNESCO Peace Education Prize for his increase in the New Age movement in the UN and across America. In his 30 schools, oneness with the planet was one of his curriculums. Of course, there's John Fetzer, who gave us SEL in the first place, and with his millions, he started the Fetzer Institute. Well, he was in the New Age religion and wanted it taught to children through education and fostering a natural spirituality in schools. Here are the words of Castle. SEL should pervade every aspect of a district's work, from the superintendent's office to academics and core priorities to the classroom. Social emotional learning is the pathway toward equity, access, and social justice. Today I ask for these actions to be taken. I want you to vote no to end the SEL curriculum in Kansas schools. I want KESA 2.0 to not have SEL as their first requirement. Stop psychometric testing and data collection on our students. Vote to end all ties with KCTC, that terrible survey that's been used in our schools since 1994, and also the CDC survey. Enforce state laws. There's one I think you're not enforcing, and that is 726315. You're not to assess students' psychological or emotional state. It's time to quit listening to the education establishment, foundations, institutions, NGOs, think tanks, taxpayer-funded lobbyists who want children trained to suit their goals, and start listening to parents, teachers, and local school districts whom you represent. People are waking up because our schools are violating children's natural boundaries.
Ma'am.
And we are standing up. Are you? Thank you.
Thank you. Betty, did you have a question? Okay, there was something on my screen. I just was confused. Okay. Next will be Nancy Moneymaker, followed by Zach Wentz, and then Sharon Newsom.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Nancy Moneymaker, DeSoto. Last month I spoke about the citizens during the citizens' open forum specifically on early learning education, not general comments about issues the board is involved in. This general comment non-description could have been written in the official minutes without anyone's message to this body, about anyone's message. Each speaker has only 3 minutes to stand in front of elected members of the state of Kansas who sit here to have conservations, I think it's communication, on our behalf and represent us in their vote. No one stands here at this microphone unless they feel that their message is important. And the days and hours crafting their message is important. My message today is assessments. The assessment cut scores that everyone is waiting for have no true bearing on any student's mastery of the basic subject matter. We learned in last month's presentation that the computerized assessments that a state university painstakingly spent a lot of time and a lot of money redoing will not be any better than the digitally administered version last year. We were told that the assessments are not based on mastery of subject matter. The assessments are actually based on psychometrics questions. Yes, psychometric questions, where we were told there are no correct answers, just best guesses. This board would be prudent to send the university back to the drawing board and assess subject mastery. We all know that since 2015 and the start of Kansas Can, the stated vision has been Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. With that lofty, unattainable vision, since 2015, Kansas has progressively fallen in student achievement benchmarks for showing success. This board should throw off the shackles of that vision and adopt one attainable goal. Increase academic achievement by student mastery of basic subject matter. All us should be moving to accomplish this goal. The same votes for furthering the same agenda items year after year since 2015 will never accomplish this desperately needed goal. My last point is that your previous vote to not spend our tax dollars on an unnecessary type of unneeded advertising will be rendered moot. And our voice, through your vote, will be extinguished on many important items if you vote yes on agenda item 8C. Deeply consider the true nature of this item on this month's agenda and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Zach Wentz and then Sharon Knudsen.
Hello, my name is Zach Wentz, and I'm here before you again as the parent of a deaf student at KSDE. I'm here today to express my concerns regarding past negligence by this board, as well as current administrative ineffectiveness at KSDE. While my comments are to the point, my goal is to find an opportunity for collaboration aimed at an immediate improvement in academic outcomes for KSDE students. No different than the comments made by the commissioner earlier about the value of feedback loops and broad participation. I think that that's how we can see success. I've searched for and reviewed multiple resources trying to better understand roles and responsibilities for the oversight of KSDE. I have searched your past board meeting minutes and have found that this board meets to specifically discuss KSDE business only about twice annually. Kansas State Statute Chapter 72, Article 11, Part 1138 requires local school boards to meet at least monthly. Kansas State Statute Chapter 72, Article 24 also requires this board to maintain personnel evaluation procedures for each KSD employee. I will say it's one thing to maintain a policy, it's entirely another to ensure it is effective. With a low level of oversight, this board is significantly dependent on KSD administrative staff to adequately fulfill its mission of educating our students. A few months ago, the Kansas legislature budgeted an additional $300,000 for reading and special education positions at KSD. However, the action taken by your KSD administrative staff has been nominal. KSD is already developing a list of reasons for failure rather than taking meaningful action to get the job done. During my IEP meeting in April, KSD said that my son was in a 6th grade class where all the students were at a 1st grade reading level. 3 weeks later, KSD congratulated the entire 6th grade class for graduating into middle school by meeting all the necessary requirements. You can imagine my frustration when our superintendent told me that no interviews would occur for the reading resource positions until principals return from summer vacation. Seeing KSD's ineffective approach, comfort with the status quo, and fearing the loss of another school year, we emailed KSD asking for the opportunity for parents to be involved in the search for these important positions. Our request was turned down because established practice is to involve only school leaders and designated teacher representatives. The problem is that these established practices, coupled with a lack of oversight, are exactly how we've ended up where we are. Our children's futures are being crushed by apathy, ineffective administration, and a lack of oversight. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Knudsen. I'm a parent of a student at Kansas School for the Deaf. I stood before you at the March board meeting with other parents who, after years of parent-teacher conferences, IEP meetings, and requests for school administration to bring us help with our academic concerns for children at KSD, we came to you, and we specifically asked for reading resource teachers. We were told that you don't affect the budget. We went to the legislature, and we got $300,000 added as a line item to the Kansas budget to fund those teachers. In April, the Board of Education meeting, our board liaison, Michelle Dombrowski, reported to you that parents had met in a meeting with school administrators, the school superintendent, and the Board of Ed chairwoman, and that we had met. In May, I came before you and reminded you that we'd been instrumental in getting that funding and asked that you do something to be sure that parents could have a voice and assist in finding the resource teachers. I stand before you again today, the 10th of June, and the position for reading resource teacher is not even posted to be filled. There is no one applying. The job's not even posted. We're not even setting ourselves up for success. We're setting ourselves up for failure. The schools declined to have parental involvement. As of this morning, you can check the website. It's not even there. I'm here to call you to action. You are my local school board. You're supposed to make sure that my school is functioning to educate children at the Kansas School for the Deaf. I'm asking that you add to this agenda, June, some time to discuss Kansas School for the Deaf academics. I'm asking that you establish a temporary action committee to focus on improving academic services at the Kansas School for the Deaf. I would like to suggest that the first action of that committee be to deputize Kylie Stewart to search out resource teachers for Kansas School for the Deaf. We have the funding. We want the positions filled for this school year. Kylie Stewart has a PhD in special education. She teaches at the Pitt State University and provides support services for special education departments at the Olathe and Turner School District. And Kylie's daughter is a student at Kansas School for the Deaf. How can you turn down or hesitate to accept the offered assistance of someone so qualified and so personally vested in this issue? I can look at you. I've been to you month after month. I can see every one of you wants to help us. But it is something that needs action. I'm asking for an action committee made up with some administration from the school, parents from the parent organization, and representatives from this board to take action. We can't wait and wait and wait. Our kids are growing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
There's a call for a request for the action committee on the table made available to everyone. And we're emailing to each of your email boxes Kylie Stewart's qualifications and her offer for assistance, so each of you can read through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, did you have your name up for a reason? Oh, gotcha. I will now close the Citizens Open Forum at 10:49 a.m. Thank you. Okay. Up next before us is Shane Carter, Director of Teacher Licensure, on nominations for the Professional Standards Board.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Commissioner. So yes, today, Professional Standards Board nominations, if you recall from last month, there are two replacing 2 positions. You have 3 nominees, so I really appreciate this new process where we bring it to you and you all have opportunity to spend a month to make your determination instead of how it was in the past. So I expect this is going to run much more smooth than it did in the past. So bottom line, we have 2 public at-large teaching positions that we're looking to fill, and we have 3 applicants, 3 nominees to fill those positions, Libby Devon, Leona Anglica, and Kelly Hoagland. There will be 2 motions, one for position 1 and one for position 2.
Okay. Are you good? Anything else from you? Okay, just want to make sure we're good. Dennis?
It is moved that the Kansas State Board It's moved that the Kansas State Board of Education acts to appoint. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll get it. It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education act to appoint Leona Ekelick to the Professional Standards Board representing a public school teacher at large, effective upon appointment through June 30, 2028.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Michelle?
Second.
Oh. Danny was jumping on that one. Any discussion? Any comments?
I just want to encourage the rest of the board members to vote for this candidate. I just was so impressed by her bio, and she just has so much experience in not only teaching, but in business, and kind of a 2-career person that has chosen to teach. And I've been to Greensburg. It's a wonderful school. They work hard, and I'm just thankful that I can nominate her today.
Okay. Okay. Well, then, all in favor of Leona, and I'm not going to butcher her last name, so I'll go with the first. Raise your right hand. Okay, we have a 10-0 vote for that, for Leona to be on the Professional Standards Board. And I need another motion, nomination motion. Okay, well, then I will jump on that. Okay, well, I'm going to move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to appoint Libby Devon to the Professional Standards Board representing a public school teacher at large position effective upon appointment through June 30, 2028. Second from Debbie. Any comments, discussion? Okay, ready to vote? All in favor? And 10-0 vote. Okay, we're good to go. Thank you, sir.
That was easy.
And
Probably
next up is Shane Carter.
That's right.
On the acting on recommendations for the modified emergency substitute license.
Yeah, okay. So as far as last month, as far as the slides that I have with you today, after the introduction, I'm moving straight to the actual motion. But if you need me to cover anything or bring up any slides, they are included in here, and I can get those opened up for you. But bottom line, we had discussion last month about different options with moving forward with the modified emergency substitute license, or moving forward or not moving forward with that. We were provided some data and information feedback from districts, and I also provided feedback from the Professional Standards Board, and I would like to read the Professional Standards Board's recommendation one last time before I move forward. And the board voted to recommend that the State Board of Education keep the option of the modified emergency substitute license for 2 years. So that official board of teachers, administrators, higher ed personnel recommended that we did keep this in some type of capacity. And based on our update, or my update last month, these were the recommendations that I made. There's 3 different options that I felt that the board could vote on.
Okay, Melanie?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to approve the modified emergency substitute license. Let's see, it's not worded well, to temporarily approve the modified emergency substitute license through June 30th, 2027.
Okay, do we have a second? Betty? Okay, any discussion? Jim?
Is one of the options permanent?
Well, yes, which was, that's listed as an option number 2.
Okay, then I'm going to,
Or excuse me, option number 1, I'm sorry.
okay, then I will vote against this motion because I think it should be permanent.
And I'm going to jump into that, sir. We've gotten some really great emails. I don't know if everybody else has gotten some, but I've gotten some. I'm obviously still on, I'm also the liaison with the Professional Standards Board. And so I'm going to put out my thoughts on it. I agree on the permanent to a point. What I would like to see done, and might even put it on as a amendment to your motion, is that the Professional Standards Board look at all of the emergency subs, because we actually have 3, and possibly find ways to streamline that. I've actually done half of the Greenbush modules. I think they're really helpful from what I've seen. So kind of looking, I think there's a lot of options in streamlining and possibly doing some cleanup, maybe might be the right word, within all of those emergency subs. So part of my thought is taking these next year or 2, hopefully not 2 years, but to look at what can we do to streamline those licenses a little bit, get a little more centered around all 3 of them. So, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Porter, I would welcome that friendly amendment if you would like to make that to the motion. I too have gotten the emails, gotten the phone calls, heard from the speakers who come before us. I was thinking, maybe we leave the door open so that we can revisit it, but certainly there is plenty, I think, to reinforce that the districts are responsible for these substitutes as they come in. And so for anyone who has come as a naysayer, for those emails that I've gotten that say you're lowering the standards, I don't believe that that is true at all. The power rests with the superintendent. They are responsible for these folks as they come into the classroom. And we have heard overwhelmingly that at the district level, these superintendents value the subs that they're getting through this program. They want to keep them, and they have asked us to make it permanent.
First of all, how do I do that, Mark? But let me say something first. Whenever I meet with superintendents, and I met with a bunch of them from the very beginning of this process when we first did it, and I asked the question to groups of superintendents, how many of you have substitutes that are doing a good job in your school that would not be available without this program? And virtually every time I ask that question, I probably ask it 10 times over the last several years, every hand in the room goes up. 60 college hours is an arbitrary number that somebody put up sometime. There is no science to that. And so we're not lowering standards. We are looking at standards that don't make sense. So I don't know how to do this, Mark.
You would make a motion to amend and state how you would like to modify or amend the motion.
I would like to amend the motion to make the substitute license permanent.
Second. Do we have a second? Dennis? And do I have comments, Beryl or Dennis, were you wanting to make comments?
Can I just get
Yes, sorry, just a moment.
So if you vote on this, it doesn't become truly permanent until you do the regulation. So there is a little bit, kind of going to what Chair Hopkins said, there's still some time on how you draft the regulations, which could include both. That's up to you. But I just wanted that to be, the policy would go into effect right now, but to get it into permanent status, you'll have to adopt the regs to do that. So just another tier to it.
Okay. Dennis?
Well, I have to kind of echo what Melanie said. And what I'm hearing, too, is that this is something that districts would love to have that they could manage. And I get the sense that they're really bought into the idea of encouraging subs to, get PD and increase their understanding and time in the classroom, pedagogy, whatever. to become lifetime teachers. So I think we're headed in the right direction. I like the idea of streamlining. I think we need to revisit it, and maybe when we look at the regulations to make it easy for, the license department to, that information should be concise enough and comprehensive that it would work really well at the local level. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shane, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I thought you said that the teachers who are on the Professional Standards Board agreed that they would recommend the 2-year, and I just wondered what their reasons might be.
Well, as you can imagine, there was a lot of discussion, and I'll be honest. At one point, it looks like they were leaning to the permanent option, but some additional information from some of the board kind of shifted it back to a temporary to move with the temporary approval to continue to gather more data and determine if we really want to make it permanent. So it was more to try to gain additional data before they finally made a full permanent change to that. But when we talk about the regulation changes, the board, as looking at it, when we had our final vote, it was a very dominant vote of, we only had one person that wasn't for continuing with the program in some type of form or fashion. So I think, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think there was, some very good discussion about how they would support this in the future with some changes.
Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if very many people know, but that is how I was a substitute teacher on an emergency substitute license myself. But I wanted to know specifically what you thought towards the permanency versus should we have a little more time to assess how the modifications are working?
Yeah, so, I'm going to leave my personal opinion out of it, but I'm going to say what, the data that we've received has been supported by our, superintendents and people that have utilized these substitute teachers. For me, what I have to work through is navigating what type of changes we make and how we make an update to a reg to reflect whatever this board works on. So depending on what happens, that's where I'll spend most of my time. And the next few months is, making sure that I push and work with the Professional Standards Board to get you all a draft of a regulation that fits what you vote on.
Yeah. Okay. And I wanted your personal opinion. I don't know if you're just not comfortable with that. That's fine. Okay.
I'm not.
Danny?
But thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like it because the locals, superintendents and boards get to make the decision on whether that's good for them. They don't have to hire any of the substitutes, but they have, if they find somebody that's worth working in their school district that everybody agrees upon, I think that gives them a lot more flexibility.
Would it really make a difference what we decide today if we give ourselves some more time? I mean, I'm just saying that whatever motion we...
Well, to Commissioner Watson's point, even if we make it permanent, that does not alleviate the ability for the Professional Standards Board to basically do what I was talking about, because we are going to go through the regs and look at things. So it's fine either way.
So that would drive the discussion in a different manner to this is what we're doing. This is how
Right,
we
that's true.
how to get it fit in.
That's true. So actually, yeah, it does drive it a little harder. So yeah, it's good.
So the motion is now on the table to...
Permanent.
To permanent.
Oh, motion to amend to permanent.
To amend
So
to permanent.
all in favor of amending, all in favor of the motion to amend? Okay, so 8 opposed? 1 present not voting? 1. 811. Motion passes. So we're going to vote on making this. Oh, okay. I thought you, okay. So we are now good. Permanent. Okay. We're good.
Your amendment, though, just took over what you would have voted for
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
to make it temporary.
For it, once it was not, I was not going to go for the amendment, and I'd vote for it. Never mind. Sure.
No worries. We're good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break and be back per my computer at 11:15. Okay, back at it. So we are on agenda item 8, acting on financial issues. We have Dr. Frank Harwood and Dr. John Hess talking to us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's good to see you again this month. Last month, John and I were here to talk to you about a couple of issues, and then today we're going to ask you to take action on those. The first that I'll talk about is state board member pay. And just as a recap, in the last legislative session, the state board members' rate of pay is now decoupled from any legislature or any statute. It used to be connected directly to what the daily rate of legislators. That got changed during this for last legislative session when the legislators all received a significant increase and went to an annual salary versus a daily rate of pay. For last year, you were still tied to the old rate of pay, but now the new law decouples that. So as of July 1, there is no rate of pay for state board members. The new law that takes effect July 1 lets you set your rate of pay at anything that you want to. But as we've also talked about, we have a cut to state operating funds, which is what you get paid out of. So you can pay yourself anything you want to with less money than you had last year. So the recommendation that we talked about last year was for this year. So for what FY26, so the 25-26 year, that you would set your rate of pay at $88.66, which is the current rate. Then when John and I come back later on, we'll talk about what we can do about requesting funding for change for the next year. But for this year, our recommendation is to keep things the same and then kind of move on from there. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Connie, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, why is it $88.66? That doesn't make any sense to me mathematically.
That's what the bill said. I mean, so that's what the statute said, and it was the same for legislators. And so that was actually under the legislative pay. And then there was another statute that tied state board members' pay to the same as a daily rate for legislators. And that's what it was, I think, since 2009.
So they didn't believe in even numbers like 85,
Like 90.
86, something like that.
My guess is at some point it was something else, and then they did some sort of percentage increase at some point. Yeah. That'd be my best guess, but it's been that way for a long time, and I don't know the history of it.
Thank you.
Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if you're ready, I am prepared to make a motion.
Could we go ahead and finish comments, and I'll come back to you?
Sure.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one quick comment. Did we find out from last month, as in law, since the pay is in law, if the board is to meet monthly, is it 1 day, 2 days? What's in statute that how we're supposed to meet as far as for travel? Because we have to travel extensively across the state for many board members. As far as when do we have to meet? As far as that's required in law, is it a day and a half, 1 full day? I mean, they meet they have their session, and then we don't really have a session. We're monthly. We're we're in a whole year.
So I don't know that right now, but because we're going to talk about this afternoon with the idea of what a new rate of pay could be, we'll have that information so that we can do it as part of that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we'll make the motion first. Go ahead.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education set the rate of pay for its members at $88.66 per day.
And do I have a second? Connie? Okay. And Debbie, did you have a comment?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was going to try to squeeze that in before, and I didn't make it. So I'll just see how this goes. I'll just move to amend that down to 75, 1, for simplicity, and 2, because I was just thinking most of the things I see that we're doing, not always, we have our per diems and such, but most of the things we're doing are school visitations and things like that tend to be like 3, maybe 4 hours, and that was just my thought. I will throw it out there and just see if anybody would like that on the board, just to make it a little simpler, a little bit less.
So I guess I,
Is it? Oh,
right. So,
she's offering an amendment.
yes, so she's offering an amendment to the motion to decrease it from the 8866 to 75. So the question is, do we have a second? Does anybody want to go there? Nope. Okay. We will stick with the motion at 8866. We do have the second. And all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, we will go 10-0 on that vote. Thank you, sir. And up next, I guess Dr. John Hess will be speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here to talk about the next two items, which are requests to send two items to the policy committee for consideration by the policy committee to then bring back to for consideration by the full board. So the first item is to put a process in policy for the RFP selection for the state board attorney. And then the second item is to put into policy and then increase the threshold for items that discretionary contracts and grants that require approval by the State Board of Education. Okay. But I am happy to stand for questions on either item.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with the first one and stick with the attorney in the RFP process being placed in board policy. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just curious, how would this set KSDE and the board apart from other agencies? I was kind of under the impression that the process that we went through was similar to other agencies. So would we be changing that potentially?
Madam Chair, I do, in my vision of it, I would say no. It would just be putting it in the state board policy so that it is clear for this board and future boards how the process works, because the last time we went through it, it was the first time for me and anybody else on the board, and so I was trying to figure out the best way to do it as we go along. So this is just to put it in the policy so somebody who's not me in my position in the future can best help the board know how to move forward in the future.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So that makes perfect sense. As someone who got read in last time we went through the process, of course it makes sense to me because I was in the room, but for anyone who wasn't, yeah, I can see how that would kind of blindside you. So thank you. That makes perfect sense.
Okay. And do I have a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I was lagging a little bit. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education direct the policy committee to draft a proposed language to establish a policy for the request for proposal RFP process of designating an attorney for the state board.
Okay. Do I have a second? Melanie? Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor? Okay, 10-0, that passes. And then we'll move on to the threshold for the grants.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this past state fiscal year, the State Office of Procurement and Contracts increased the State Department of Education's delegated authority, which from $5,000 to $25,000. And so what this means is it's the amount of expenditures the agency can make with a single vendor in a fiscal year without having to go out for bid. And so this request is to ask the policy committee to draft proposed language that would put into policy the requirement for when the State Department has to go to the state board and to raise that for discretionary grants and contracts, and to raise that threshold to match the increased delegated authority, which the State Department got because of our consistent compliance with all state procurement rules and requirements.
Gotcha. Betty?
Madam Chair, I was prepared to make the motion, but I see there are several on there, so I'll wait if you need me to.
Okay, let's do that. Debbie? Okay, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would this also apply, 'cause, being on the board for 6 years, it seems like we go out for a process, for bid, we get the contract, and then sometimes they come back and say, we need more money. It's costing more than what we thought, the original contract. That happens quite a bit. So I'm just curious if that's something, and you said 5,000 to 25,000. Is it 5,000 to 25,000 or 10,000 to 25,000?
Sorry, Madam Chair, board member. So the State Department's delegated authority increased from 5 to 25. This proposal or recommendation to go to the policy committee would be to consider increasing what has to come to the board from 10,000, which has been the historic practice but not put into policy,
Gotcha.
to putting into policy $25,000.
Gotcha. So historically, it has been a $10,000
Yes.
threshold. It's never been actually placed in policy.
No, and so historically, that threshold for the state board's approval was double what the State Department's delegated authority was at $5,000. I am not proposing that the threshold remain double and go to 50,000 of what since our delegated authority is now 25,000, I'm just proposing that those two align.
Sure. Okay. Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The idea of having to go out for bid for a $10,000 contract is just, I can't even. I mean, I imagine that that you wouldn't have bids. It's kind of nickel and diming, to use a bad analogy. But I just can't imagine that we would be getting the bids back on those. And so this seems like a really reasonable number to me, the 25,000 as a threshold, when we take into account inflation and the effort that has to be made inside the agency to do the work. I'll just say that, and this makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Okay. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I collected my thoughts because at first I'm reading this and it sounds like it's just a matter of state board approval. May we spend the money this way instead of at 10, it's 25. But then you threw in RFP. So I'm thinking, okay, are you saying it also changes that? So you can't just come to the board and say, we have this $15,000 expenditure we'd like to make and we can approve that without going through the whole RFP process. That's what was throwing me.
Madam Chair, my apologies. So I'll back up a little bit. So state law says that anything over $5,000 has to be bid. And then there are some exceptions to it. So one of them is if the State Office of Procurement and Contracts increases that threshold for individual agencies, which it has done for KSDE at $25,000. The other option is if this Office of Procurement and Contracts can, in instances, authorize sole source procurements, sole source contracts, if the agency supports that there's only one vendor who can provide it. So that's just the point I was just, KSDE can, with its new delegated authority, can go out to purchase with a vendor without having to go out through a bid process if it's under $25,000 for the fiscal year. How it's been acting this year for the agency is if it's over $10,000, we come to you all and get approval, but then we still don't have to go through the Office of Procurement and Contracts. So right now, the proposal would be just to set it. If we have to go to the Office of Procurement and Contracts, we also have to come to you as well.
To clarify then, what you're saying is that this vote only affects whether this group here of 10 is agreeing or disagreeing with the expenditure money. It doesn't really affect the Office of Procurement or any of RFPs or anything like that. Okay.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Mm-hmm. And on because and now I think I'm getting my thoughts muddled. So there was something that went through legislature, correct, with the local boards? Or did that fail?
That failed.
Okay. For some reason I was putting it together.
Yeah, currently for school boards, for school districts, anything over $20,000 has to go out for bid or RFP. Again, you can use sole source contracting or state contracting for some of those situations. The idea was to raise that to $50,000, but then that didn't get out of committee.
Okay.
Now, similar to this that didn't change, a school board could still say, we want to approve anything over $5. Or they could say,
Right.
we don't need to approve anything up to $100,000, but you still have to do the bid. So the board can decide what level of expenditure comes before the board and what they give the administration the authority to do. And then that can be separate from the law on what is required to have go through an RFP or a bid process.
Gotcha. And I apologize for muddying with the local. I just remembered that, and I was thinking it maybe was somehow tied, so I apologize. So we have been given permission, the agency has been given permission to go up to $25,000, not doing the RFP process, which I saw just enough of that to know that's a lot of fun. And then the ask is for the board to match that dollar figure. Okay. Yes, sir.
So let me maybe confuse you even more. And I don't mean to. Historically, John said, the state law said for the agency $5,000, and the board was double that amount at 10. When the procurement brought ours to 25,000, we thought, well, we may want to think about putting those in alignment with each other, what the state now allows. And that's why the recommendation to move this to the policy committee and bring it back to you. So hope that understands the history and what I think Dr. Hess was thinking about, and just so that they were the same and not different amounts going forward.
Sure. Debbie, did you have another comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up with that. So as I'm listening to this, my point of view would be that I appreciate the board being given as much options and decision policy as possible. When I was first married with my husband, the line was $20. And I can just tell you, if it was above $20, we both talked about it. So I just don't see that it has been a cumbersome thing in the 5 months I've been here to keep a lot of the decisions with the board. I think right now I would be against raising it.
Any other comments? Nothing. Okay. Motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education direct the policy committee to draft proposed language for a policy that would raise the threshold from $10,000 to $25,000 for discretionary grants or contracts that are required to have state board approval.
And I do want to reiterate with the motion says, this is directing the policy committee. It would still come here, it's kind of like a regulation. It's still going to come back to the board before it gets final approval. So if there's any play in your thoughts, you have another opportunity to think it through with whatever verbiage comes back to us from the policy committee. Okay, do I have a second? Jim, seconds. All in favor? Okay, 7 opposed? 2 opposed? Present not voting for, so I think that's 7-2-1. Okay, so we will let the policy committee wrangle with that a little while and see what they come up with. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Yes. Oh. Okay, we are going to move into our next with Board Member Betty Arnold. From her previous conversation about the bullying prevention and a parental document.
Good morning. The past couple of months we've talked about this, and basically we're now ready for some kind of action if you really believe that we need to put in place or have in place something that parents can utilize for bullying. If you have questions, I'm prepared to answer those.
Thank
Debbie?
you, Madam Chair. So One of the things that I know that you have brought to the forefront is that this basically always falls back then onto that local board to enforce these policies. That's what I was understanding. The buck stops with the local board. Am I misunderstanding that?
I'm not sure what you're.
So the motion is going to be to make sure that these are in the handbooks, correct, and on their websites and stuff, so this becomes a board policy?
It's a recommendation.
It's just a recommendation, okay.
Correct.
All we're doing is just strongly recommending to districts that they have something in place that parents can refer to if in the event they need to file or address a concern of bullying.
Right. I guess what's confusing me is the few times that I've had parents reach out to me. Of course, they're frustrated, and I send them to their local board, and they work with the local board, and then sometimes they just don't get any of the response that they're hoping to get for their children, and they just don't. I mean, where do you send them after that? I mean, there's nowhere to go.
Okay, what we're doing here, and it's not with the local boards. This is directly to districts. This is not asking local boards to do anything other than what they were elected to do. We are recommending to districts that they put in place a procedure that parents can see how to follow. So I guess what was confusing me is when you're bringing in the local boards, this is just a recommendation to all districts that they have in place a procedure that parents can look at and say, okay, my child is being bullied. The first thing I need to do is contact the teacher or the principal. That decision, of course, is within the district, how that process is. We're just saying, post something. Post it, put it in the handbook, put it on the website, something where parents will know what the process is to report bullying and what they can expect.
Yeah. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, it's a recommendation, and I guess my next thing is if it's a local control and we're just asking them to do this from the state board level, are there consequences if they don't?
Well, there are no consequences on that. I mean, we really don't have the power to do anything in those local districts. Now, that's where the local school boards would come into play. If there are consequences that local school boards decide that they want, then they have that option. This does not offer a concrete, specific way. Each district may do something totally different. Their process may be totally different. What we are asking is that parents be made aware of what that process is, what they can expect, and that's basically it.
So mostly just a communication to allow the parents to know what their procedure is in that school, in the school district locally.
Exactly.
Yeah. Dennis?
Well, I don't have the algorithm in front of me, but you gave us a printout of kind of what that would look like, correct? And that's the information you're going to pass on to the districts as a example? Or?
Okay. Let me explain. The sheet that I gave you was what it could possibly look like. Mm-hmm. We can't direct any district. You have to use this particular sheet. They get the opportunity to design their own information that they're putting on their website, or design their own information that they're putting in the student handbook. What I tried to do is give you an image of what it could possibly look like. This is the information that could be valuable if we gave a definition of what bullying is, first of all. Secondly, if we listed the steps involved, that was an example. Some districts may have an officer that you would go directly to. Some districts may say go to the teacher first. Some districts may say go to the counselor. We can't dictate their process. What we're saying is that you need a process, and it needs to be published. So that was just an example.
Okay. But the idea of recommending something, they could use that as a blueprint.
Right.
And the local board, I would think the local board would be involved so that everybody, so that information, the communication gets out to the community. I mean, you know, I don't see that it's that cumbersome. I'm just wanting to clarify that this is just strongly recommending that they do something.
Right. And this goes to the districts, strongly recommending that the districts.
Right. Connie?
I'm remembering when I was in the legislature that we passed 2 laws dealing with bullying, and they were supposed to be, every district was supposed to have a policy and put it online. So now we're coming back and we're going to make sure they're doing this? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's actually 2 separate things. When you were in the legislature, yeah, there were definitions that came up about bullying. It was defined. Basically, they were saying no bullying allowed in a sense. What I'm talking about is for parents. Those parents that contact us as board members and say, what do I do? My kid is being bullied. That's the only thing this is designed to address. What do I do? That question, what do I do? That's all we're saying. It's not changing the definition of bullying. It's not putting more teeth into anything. It's giving parents a blueprint of the first step I take is I contact my teacher. It's recommended, I would recommend, and of course the staff will look into this, that parents have an idea of when can I expect a response? You know, I may think, okay, I called the teacher an hour ago. I think in 2 hours this should be resolved. Is that reasonable? Maybe to the parent it is, but we're saying put that in place so parents know this is the process. If it is contacting the teacher, then we need to allow the teacher 24 hours or 48 hours, whatever the case may be, to investigate that. Then we need to allow that person to get back with the parent. So it's giving parents an idea of what they can expect if their child is being bullied. Who do I contact first? What kind of time length should I expect before I get some kind of response? If they give me a response and I don't like or agree with what that is, what is my next step? Well, the next step might be getting in contact with the principal. It might be getting in contact with the superintendent. It might be getting in contact with your local board. I can't dictate what those steps are. We are allowing districts to determine what their process is. We're just saying, put it where parents can, whatever your process is, make sure that parents know exactly what steps they can take. And if at the end of the day I still disagree, what my options are. Doesn't mean that I have to take step 1, 2, 3, 4. I may go from 1 to 5 or 1 to 3, depending on the situation. This just gives parents the necessary information to make a decision for the safety of their children that might be bullied.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Betty. Really appreciate the hard work you and your committee have done on this. I've had quite a few emails, some calls from parents who are experiencing issues with knowing where to find information and how to do. Because of my background, I could walk them through, or maybe because of having been in a district, I can tell them who to go to. But I appreciate that you said that template should be prominent on all district and school websites. I think when parents get in that emotional turmoil of my child has had this incident, they're not going to go to the district's regulations or policies online, and they may not be able to find their child's student handbook or, know just where to find information. And I think it may alleviate some of us from those parent contacts because they can go right to the landing page on that district website, see bullying procedure, here's what to do, seeing a simple graphic like the one you shared last month. And that really, I think, gives them time to de-escalate. I had one parent, I just really had to almost talk her off the ledge. She had a valid issue, but there's a way to respond if you want to see results.
Right.
And so as we walked it through, she was able to follow appropriate, peaceful protocol and get the results she needed. So honestly, I think this is going to help a lot of people in ways that maybe right now we really can't even imagine.
Thank you. You said that very well.
Appreciate that feedback coming from somebody within recently. It's really helpful. Jim, your thoughts from that same possible perspective?
Thank you. Basically, I've had the same experience that Earl has for the same reason. People pay attention to what we think is important.
That's true.
And communication with parents and feedback to parents is critically important. What I see in this is real simple. We're telling school districts that we believe it's important for you to communicate with your parents and respond. And I think this is to strongly recommend to say we're taking this seriously, I think is the right approach. And thank you for your work.
Thank you.
And Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if everybody did get a copy of this May 7th 4-page memo from the United States Department of Education, but it was dealing with the Every Student Succeeds Act, 8532 unsafe school choice options. So I would say that through our state definition of the definition of persistently dangerous schools, we do have some ability to set a standard at the state level for what constitutes a safe environment for a student. And I've dug into this kind of deeply, and if we're all here for the children, we need to have a very definite way to have the parents have. I like the flow chart that Betty put forward to, one, define bullying so that they know if their child's actually just having a childhood thing or if this is actual bullying. And I really love that spreadsheet. But that when those parents are trying to go through the process, like you said, step 1, step 3, step 5, wherever they step, that buck stops with the local school board. And I forgot, because Connie brought it up, that is actually in a statute. I remember reading that, but I'd have to go back and find it. But getting back to this unsafe school choice option, and I was really surprised that we had a definition on our KSDE website for persistently dangerous schools. I think we need to revisit this because this definition is so, I'm just going to say bad. It says September 2024, but it's so literally bad that if I lived in Smallville, Kansas, had 100 kids in a school, and a gunman came in 2022, mowed half of them down. In 2023, a different gunman came in, mowed the other half down. We literally would not have that be a persistently dangerous school. That is not a good definition, what we have here. And I think we could improve on this and help parents have choices, because this ESEA does provide that those local boards have to give a choice then. That's as I'm understanding that letter.
And this is addressing bullying. We're actually talking student, we're talking just in the building, kids being bullied. Mm-hmm. That's a safe environment.
Yeah.
That's and that's critical. But to just put the guardrails or boundaries, this is just designed to provide information to parents whose children or child may be bullied at school. And it's just saying, make your information or what your process is available so that parents know the steps to follow.
Right.
So are we saying a child that's persistently bullied or having a bullying issue that's not being resolved is safe?
Debbie, I'm trying to put this in the boundaries. I'm not talking about us saying, is it safe or not? I'm saying that what I presented was the request that we make information available to parents on the steps that each district observes to report bullying.
Yeah. Okay. Jim?
Are you ready for a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education strongly recommend to all districts and schools that a procedure or process be recognized in reporting incidents of bullying be placed on the website and or other prominent locations that will offer access to students and parents. Further, the Kansas State Department of Education shall prepare and offer materials and suggestions for steps and time guidance that may be helpful in the process to be observed.
Do I have a second? Beryl? Okay. Any more discussion? We're all good? I guess we had quite a bit. Okay. All in favor? I was going to say, I'm missing one. I think that's a 10-0 vote. We're moving forward. I do appreciate, and I know that this has come out of the committee that you're on, so it's a part of all of the mental health aspect as well. And like Jim and everybody has said, you know, the parental piece is so extremely important. So really do appreciate that, and I hope districts can find a way to use that advice. And I think it was brought out last time that the portion of the Office of Civil Rights can be touched at any moment in time. Like, that is their right before the law. But thank you so much.
Okay.
I don't even know what to do, you guys. It's not even noon yet. I know. I just want to make you all hang out.
You're making up for past mistakes.
Right. Okay, we will adjourn for lunch at this time. We will be back here at 1:30. So please be prompt. Thank you.
with us from Eudora High School. I'm going to invite you to play first, and then if you don't mind introducing yourselves and a little something about you when you're done, okay? Okay.
We're Peyton, Sophia, and Addie. They graduated this year. I graduated 2 years ago. Now I'm going to college at UNT for music education. We call that piece the 3 seasons because it's called the 4 seasons, but we only played 3 of them. Peyton's going to school for music education at UNT with me next fall, so excited for that. Do you want to talk about music education?
I've been in band since 5th grade, and it's like been a monumental part of my education and like growing up, and it's taught me leadership. It's taught me how to make friends and taught me really how to step out of my comfort zone and try something new. And I just love it. So now I'm going to college for it. So, yeah.
So when I went to college for music education, like starting out, it was kind of the same reasons as Peyton. Just like music taught me so much about just like community and just learning in general. It gave me like so much confidence. But now it's like more for the kids. Right now I'm volunteering at a Girl Scout camp, and we sing a lot of songs at Girl Scout camp, so it's very music involved. And right now I'm teaching 7th graders, like they were formerly campers, and I'm teaching them how to be counselors. So kind of like seeing the shift between, them being in that learner role and then transitioning into the teacher role has been really interesting. And I see a lot of that happening when they teach a song for the first time. It's a really cool kind of switch to see. Like they gain that confidence of like, oh, I can teach this. I know what I'm doing, So that has been really cool, and I'm really excited to see that in my music education career.
I'm not going to school for music education. I'm actually going to KSDE for English education with a minor in music, but I've also been in band since 5th grade, and I don't know, it's really helped me grow my confidence, and it's brought me like basically a second family, and I absolutely love everyone I've met in band, and my life would be completely different without it. So I'm just really happy that I had that opportunity to do band and learn how to play the flute, because it's made my life so much better.
Going to school your second year, right? And you talked about coming back and being a teacher. Was there a teacher that inspired you? Is that why you want to come back and teach music?
Of course, that's Mr. Damian Johnson, my former band director. Lots of band directors kind of teach music in a very like lecture format, like they're kind of just teaching the music, and it's not very like student involved, student led. But Johnson's approach to kind of everything is when students are ready, like they're the ones teaching, they're the ones doing everything. So I thank him for giving that opportunity to teach on my own and find that passion.
I love Mr. Johnson. I genuinely don't think I would be here today without him, and he's stepped up more than just a teacher, and I feel like music really gives you the opportunity, and you're not just a teacher, you're a family. Like, my dad passed away, and he was the one who stepped up, and I can always rely on him, and he motivated me to like achieve my goals in high school and now go to college for music, and I wouldn't be anywhere without that. And without him as a teacher, I don't think I'd be anywhere. So, yeah.
That's wonderful to hear. Anybody else? I have one. I just lost it. Yes?
I'm curious that you must have had some kind of camaraderie if you in the middle are 2 years older and you practice weekly together, and how has that worked out over 2 years?
So we haven't practiced together in 2 years, and Mr. Johnson was like, hey, you guys should come play at this about a week ago. So we practiced 2 times before this, but yeah, I think that kind of shows like we learned so much in high school, we can come back and do the same thing again 2 years later. So yeah.
Have any of you ever played a different instrument than the flute?
Yes.
Me and Peyton both played the saxophone.
Yeah.
We all play piccolo, but that's pretty much just a small flute.
Yeah.
So.
I dabble in clarinet. Yeah, I really enjoy piccolo, and I feel like Mr. Johnson's like he says he's not a great, he can't really play the flute, but he's been like a very big, like, he's really helped me step out of my comfort zone, especially with the piccolo. These past 2 years, I've been our all-state piccolo in our 1, 2, 3, 4A band, and I don't think I could have done that without him being like, yeah, you need to play out, like, you be confident, because, like, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Johnson's very supportive of when you want to play new instruments, but in high school I played, I think, 7 or 8 instruments, and he got to the point where he was like, hey, Sophia, you should learn how to play the flute better before you can learn more instruments. But that definitely helps because, like, going to school for music education, you have to learn how to play all the instruments. So, yeah, so I'm grateful for that support from him. And that. Okay.
You said UNT?
Yes.
And that is?
University of North Texas.
Okay, it was called North Texas State University when I went there.
Oh, yeah.
Why did you choose that school?
I chose that school because they have a really great music program, and I kind of wanted to go to Texas because they have really good music programs in Texas, and then use that knowledge and come back and teach in Kansas because we need that here. So, yes.
Well, and just for the record, that's where my master's degree is from.
Oh, really?
And I was a band director, and I can't play a flute either.
Yes. It's a common theme.
I went down there and visited, and I'm going there in the fall, and it's just incredible. It's like very financially, like, they try to be there and support you financially, and also their program is like just one of the best in the nation for music, and I'm really excited. It's going to be like a whole nother family, so yeah.
And I'm sorry, but I did not focus in well enough to know which one was who. So what's your name over here?
Addie.
Addie. So Addie, you said you're going into English education?
Yeah, I'm going.
Can you give us a little? What was your impetus? Did you have a teacher who helped you get that step?
Well, my whole family are teachers. Like, everyone in my family's a teacher. But, I mean, yes, Johnson was like, he was like a music teacher, but he was like just a really good teacher in general. He was just like always really supportive. I've had lots of amazing English teachers that have helped me decide that that's something I want to do. And even though I'm not like in a major in music, I'm still planning to minor in it. Hopefully do like the marching band and concert band and all that stuff. So not going to put it away forever, but yeah, I just really like reading. So that's all I'm going to do.
That is wonderful. We so appreciate you for getting called in.
No, it's really an honor to play for you guys. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have the reading corner. This is a new agenda item that will probably be coming monthly, hopefully, actually. Dr. Lori Curtis is going to introduce her tribe.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, and members of the board for this opportunity. I couldn't have followed after a better presentation because I was thinking about the reading corner, and all my years in a classroom working with young children, the reading corner was like the special place. It's where you went to share a book or a song, and I think you could reset your day. You could change the tenor of your day if you just share that opportunity in the reading corner. And so as I was asked about being a facilitator for this, I was so excited. But actually, I'd like to, rather than just think about the reading corner, I think it's going to be more of a literacy window. So my hope for this time is that it will provide you with a glimpse into classrooms, a glimpse into practice that lets you see the benefit of the hard work you've done as a board in literacy. And so it might be that we have people like today come and share something, an example or an opportunity with you. It might be that we show a live or a video clip into a classroom so you can look at practice. So it might look different every month, but my hope is that it'll be educational and inspirational and entertaining at times, I'm sure, as we look forward to the other months. For this initial opportunity, I feel so grateful that I heard information that came from one of the people on my team, Jerry Powers, about something that she wanted to share with me about good work. And so I'm going to let Jerry introduce our guests.
Good afternoon. I have been so excited to come here because when Dr. Curtis was talking about this, I knew immediately of a story that has meant a great deal to me because I'd always lived and thrived in the K-5 world. And the last 3 years in DeSoto, I was K through 12. And I spent a lot of that time thinking, I want to get to know this middle school and high school. And so Janet Morgenstern is a special education teacher at DeSoto High School. And she also teaches the tier reading group. She gives up one of her plans and she works with students who are struggling with reading. And when I asked her if I could come and start like just being there and learning and helping, she just immediately opened her classroom to me. And it opened my eyes to the world of high school. I'd raised 3 sons, but I hadn't really been in a high school classroom. And what I saw with her was just like magic. Just kids that were never really felt like school was a place they wanted to be. There were reading issues, but there were a lot of other issues that were more social and emotional and just learning how to deal with all this workload coming at them. And how do they navigate through high school when reading is difficult for different reasons? And they have 7 different classes a day. And so one of the first students I met was Hayden Hoskins. And Hayden, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? School never felt right to Hayden. It never felt like that's where he wanted to be, or that he belonged, or that it was really relevant. And he's a little ornery. So Hayden had met the principal on numerous occasions, and I just immediately liked him. I was like, this kid is going places. He just doesn't know it. And watching the way that Janet, Mrs. Morgenstern, worked with him, not easy. Not easy to help a student over time begin to see the value in themselves. So the way she intertwined reading and academics with teaching him to embrace himself was just something beautiful for me to watch. And it just reminded me of why I love teaching. So when I asked Hayden, would you write something about Mrs. Morgenstern? And this is a kid that I couldn't get him to, what would we have to do to get him to finish his writing assignments? It was like, we can do this, Hayden, we really can. He sat down that evening and wrote this. And it's beautiful. And so I asked him if he would take some time off work and come share what Mrs. Morgenstern means to him. His heart, it's always been there, such a great heart. And he said, I would love to do that. So at this time, I'd like Hayden to come up here. He's a little nervous, and we just told him it's like parents, grandparents, just talk to him. And so he's going to share with you from his heart what he wrote to Mrs. Morgenstern.
I want to begin with thanking you guys for this opportunity to share my story with you all and hopefully have an impact on everyone. So, my name's Hayden Hoskins. I went to DeSoto High School. I'm a graduate of class 2025, and school's never been my thing. I've always struggled with it. I just never could really get myself to do the homework, just the lack of wanting to do it really. And in high school, in my sophomore year, I met someone who really changed my life in multiple ways just by being a good teacher. Sorry if I'm slurring my words or anything like that. It's a very emotional thing for me. It's crazy. But so I met Miss Morgenstern. She was my teacher in Tier 2, and I qualified for it when my state test scores were bad. And they could see I was struggling in English. Miss Morgenstern has helped me with assignments. She broke them down, taught me that all you can do is do your best, and grades do not define you as a person. And always in school, I always felt like the teachers looked at you different. If you didn't have a certain grade, like a high-passing grade or anything like that they would just kind of view you down, And she just always reminded me that you are who you are, and the grade does not define you. And Miss Morgenstern understood that not every kid was not the same, and everyone had special gifts and different struggles. She acknowledged them and helps them in areas they struggle in, and helps them see their God-given gifts that make them unique and special in their own way, because everyone has different gifts. And Ms. Morgenstern is not like any other teacher I had. I say this because I was a student in her class. In her class, I see smiles, good relationships between students and kids, and with Miss Morgenstern herself. She was never quick to anger, even on her bad days. She came in every day with a positive and uplifting presence that is not found in a lot of people. She made sure every day she walked in that building that she would touch a kid's heart and remind them that they are loved and cared for. And a letter does not define you. She would do anything for her students to succeed, even when it wasn't easy, even when she really didn't have to. I've always struggled like majorly with assignments. I could never really do them, and she just helped me break them down. Always was there encouraging me, like, here, we're going to do it this part at a time, then we're going to worry about this part later, which was really good and very helpful. We would play learning games and new strategies to help improve the areas you struggled in, because every kid is different. They all learn differently, and Miss Morgenstern understood that. I was never the perfect, chill, good grade-making kid. Matter of fact, I hated school a lot and didn't care for it at all. I could barely even care to show up there on time. I started to care more and really believe more in myself and see more things that Miss Morgenstern showed me whenever I was struggling. I cared a bit more when I was in her class, because she made me realize a lot about myself and made me realize a lot about life in general. It wasn't ever just an English assignment. It was how this affects you, and learn more about yourself, really. And she made me realize that. More importantly, she accepted me, saw my struggles, and helped me with open arms. She touched kids' hearts, always made sure when a student was down that they know that they are enough, and was always the first one there to support them emotionally. And I lost where I was, my bad. And I cared more when I was in her class, because she made me realize a lot more about myself. Made me realize a lot. She more importantly accepted me, saw my struggles, and helped me with open arms. She touched kids' hearts and always made sure when a student was down that they are enough, and was the first one there. In school, I was always the dumb prankster, troublemaker kid, like you name it. And nobody really knew who I was. They all just knew of the dumb actions I've done, or just rumors about me. They just went off of rumors and stuff they heard about me. Miss Morgenstern was the only person I had in school, out of all through school, kindergarten up, that truly cared about me and was always there for me. She took time to get to know me at heart and never once abandoned me when times got hard. She never failed to show up, and she means the world to me, which is funny because I would never think I would care about a teacher or ever say that a teacher meant that much to me and played that role in my life. Or say a teacher had a major impact on me in general. But when I met her, I learned what a real teacher is and what a teacher is at heart, and ultimately a leader. I will never forget her and the impact she didn't only have on me, but DeSoto High School as a whole. Matthew 5:14-15, be the light. And I saw this in Miss Morgenstern, and I used this verse to describe her because she was the light in DeSoto, to the room, to everyone, to the environment she was, no matter where it was. To be a kid that hated school and wanted nothing to do with it, through Miss Morgenstern, I found a love for a part of school, a more accepting part of school, and more in it. And I learned more about myself. I walked that stage, and she was right there by my side. Forever thankful for her. She helped me through everything, and I hope the light shines upon the other teachers, and they can be people to look up to too. I will never forget the times we shared and the conversations we had together, and the impact she had on me in my life.
Obviously, we should have passed out the Kleenex before you got started.
I'm surprised I kept it together. I came there a few times.
I'm not sure that I could have. That was awesome. And you really needed a Kleenex back there. That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Thank you, Hayden.
Of course.
Yeah, Yes.
Least I could do.
Thank you for sharing that with us. We have to hear those stories. We need to know the impacts, and the things that we're doing make a difference. The things that our teachers do make a difference. I heard you took off work. Where are you working?
I work right now for my dad, his electrical company, ASAP Electric.
Nice. Okay. Very wonderful. Anybody have any comments besides needing the Kleenex? Betty?
Thank you. Every kid in Kansas deserves a Mrs. Morgenstein.
Yeah.
They do.
They do. And that is so important. And the thing that I will share with you, many teachers reach out to kids, plant a seed. They don't get the opportunity to see that fruition, but you brought that to her. She got an opportunity to know that she is making a difference. And I do want to thank you for sharing your story, because I often say we can't assume one size fits all.
Right.
All of us are unique. And to emphasize to you the importance of your gifts and your talents. And I hope that even going forward, it's made a difference to know that there are people that believe in you, and that's what the goal is. And you have to believe in yourself. I thank you for sharing that, because I know there are many kids who probably are in that same situation but never had the opportunity to share that. So thank you for coming forward, and thank you for being all that you were. I'm always pleased to hear praises for our teachers, because they give so much for such little recognition. Even right now, when we're trying to get the communities to rally around schools and see that we have caring people there that really want to make a difference. So you kind of painted a great picture for the afternoon. Thank you for that.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
Dennis?
That's a beautiful story. Thank you. I'm just encouraged to hear that you're working with your father.
Yeah.
That's a really good thing to do at your age. And I just would really encourage you as you go forward to, find another young man to share your story with, someone that's struggling, because there's so many young men that they're growing into manhood, and they're really lost. So
For sure.
thank you. I just encourage you that direction, and just thank you for coming today.
Yeah, thank you, man. I believe that, everyone has struggles, and your struggles aren't necessarily something to just hold back, help someone else. Everyone needs someone there for everyone needs a Miss Morgenstern in their life, and Miss Powers for sure.
Amen. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you as well. I did videotape it for you if you don't want me to put it out there for you, but I will if you want to. Okay. But I wanted to thank you for coming and sharing, and you were reminding me of my son. He didn't, I don't think, hate school quite as much as you did, but he did not. He was born to be a cheerleader, actually. He's just a goofball. But I thought, oh, he reminds me of my son. And then you said you're an electrician, so is he. So cool, maybe this electrician thing.
Yeah, it's cool.
And Mrs. Morgenstern, do you have something you would like to share?
Well, thank you for having me here, and thank you, Hayden. I really appreciate him sharing that. I just wanted to say that Jerry only said one thing that was wrong, and she said that it was hard sometimes working with Hayden. And I can honestly say it was not. Mm-hmm. Hayden, you never knew what was going to happen from day to day, but it was kind of fun to see. And I just also kind of want to say that I don't teach English or reading. I teach a whole child. And I always have. And I feel like when we do that, you can get to your goal. You can get to your goal if you start with the child.
Thank you. Thank you both. And everything we have going on, this was beautiful. And I look forward to more. But thank you so much. And congratulations on graduating and your job and everything going forward. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
seriously, though. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, looks like next on the agenda is state assessments. Dr. Proctor filling in.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the State Board, I am filling in for Beth Fultz, and she did not tell me what I would have to follow. Oftentimes we joke about the things we follow, but from the music to that story, just really incredible. So let's talk state assessments. And I don't know if I can be as inspirational on this topic, but it'll be quick. Really, the biggest thing that I'd like to share on behalf of Beth, so she is over with a whole host of people right now at TCALC here in Topeka, going through the standard setting process. So you've heard a lot about that over really, I guess it's been a series of presentations over the past 10 months or so, really leading up to this point. And she's going to be back in July to talk about that process in detail, but just didn't feel like she could leave because of all the things that were happening, so she asked if I could fill in. So bear with me a little bit. I'm learning. I got to spend a little time this morning with new superintendents, which are now my colleagues, which was a lot of fun, and just some really strong leaders that are coming into those roles. And then I did get a chance to swing by TCALC and just kind of see what was happening. It was over lunch, so they had completed a big portion of work this morning. And I just want to describe a little bit as to what's happening, and then give you some information that might be helpful as questions come in and we learn more about this standard setting process, as many of us are going through that for the first time. So it's happening this week, so it'll be Monday through Friday. They've been setting the stage for this for quite some time. It is hosted here in Topeka, so we have about 160 people who are participating in that process, and they're all housed in that facility, which we're learning is a great place to be able to do all that work. There's large group work and smaller group work, and that facility has just been really good, according to Beth and others as I went over to visit. So this morning, the bulk of the time was devoted to math and English language arts, and you've heard descriptions of the benchmarking process, and they're going through all that right now, where they're looking at all of the grade 3 through 8 math and ELA standards. That's going to happen all throughout today and tomorrow, and focused on particular grade levels, and then looking at performance level descriptors that are associated with the 4 different performance levels. So they're going through all that process of determining where those cuts will be based on those 4 performance levels. And they'll continue that process, and then tomorrow afternoon, they'll be looking at reference points like the old state assessment that we just came off of. They'll look at the vertical articulation, so making sure that distributions look similar across grade levels, which we know there were some discrepancies in with the last round of assessments where you saw some of those distributions off a little bit. So just working on how grade levels, those performance levels are distributed across grade levels. They'll also look at the NAEP results as well, and just have points of reference to ultimately make decisions, the most informed decisions about where to set those cut scores. And again, just talking to some of the individuals that I know, whether they were teachers who are a part of that process, just briefly as I was over there, some of our staff, they all just referenced the integrity of the process and that it's really going exactly the way they designed it. As we move into days 4 and 5, so later this week, the focus will turn to high school results, setting those cut scores for both math and ELA at the high school level, and also all 3 grade levels for science. So they'll follow that same process and then complete that work by the end of the week. And then my understanding is next week they will take that to the Technical Advisory Committee, so the TAC, which you've heard some reports from just to verify things on that end, and then that information will then come to the board in July. Additionally, Beth and her team are working on a frequently asked questions document, and we're going to make that available to the board. I think we can probably send that to you today. I'll double check with Beth just to make sure that's where we want it to be. But it will describe the new assessment, why we needed to move forward with the new assessment, some of the differences between this assessment and the previous assessment, and then a lot of information about the standard setting. So what that process looks like, why we go through that process, just a lot of details that would be available to the public who may have questions about what that looks like and the why behind it. So again, Beth will be able to provide a lot more information to the board. If you do have questions, I'm happy to do my very best to answer those, but I can certainly take that to our team if there's anything that you need at this time, and then a lot more information as we move into the coming weeks and then into July.
Board, do we have any curiosities, questions we want Ben to take back to Beth? Because I definitely got the feeling he probably can't answer them.
Always do my best.
I will ask the whole how, like, what, would you undo that acronym for me? It's just because
Yes,
I'm
just to
curious.
make sure I get it right. Topeka Center for Advanced Learning and Careers, part of the Topeka School District. Just if you haven't been over there, we do a number of things. We've done even our division retreats over there. So just amazing facilities for professional learning, for large group gatherings, not only at TCALC, but also the Bishop Learning Center as well that we've utilized. So.
Nice, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Proctor, do you know, I'm getting an echo.
Yeah.
Before it wasn't working as well. Does Beth know how many, I know we wanted to shorten the test a little bit, the new assessment. Do we happen to know how many of the questions are like best guess, like your best answer? Like, is there a way to tell the board? I mean, is
Kind
there
of a
way
breakdown of the
Yeah.
format of the questions.
Yeah, because I mean, like, if you're asking for dates, I mean, dates don't, like, things that can't change. They've been validated, they've been verified, they've been researched, there's a right or wrong answer, and then how many of the questions are more, I would say, attitudinal, best guess, your opinion, your, because then then that'd be my next question is how are those, my biggest question is how are those scored and how are those measured?
No, those are great questions, and I'm just thinking about some of the analysis that's being done. I don't know the breakdown on numbers. I do know that's part of what the participants are going through right now. So they're looking at the different items, the test items themselves, and describing not only what is it that the student needs to know and be able to demonstrate to perform at a level 4 or level 3 and so on, but also what makes the question more challenging than another question, and they're breaking all that down. So I'm sure Beth would be able to provide more information on what falls into what category, but I think that's part of what will be the result of the work that they're doing.
So she'd be able to, you will make sure she gets that question, so she's
Sure.
well prepared to
Yes,
respond next
and
month.
she can also talk through, as I know the board has seen like practice test items, but some of the formatting of those that would be more, like you mentioned, just recall type things versus more analysis that would have to be done. So I'll make sure that she gets that and can respond to that next month.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we're good to go. Oh, well, he's gonna come, I was thinking of that, but he's gotta come back
Yeah, later on today.
tomorrow or today.
At risk, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So I don't want to, preemptively say, right? Well, definitely not doing that. I'm going to lock you in the closet is what I'm, it's like, you can't leave.
Yeah, you'll have to put up with me again later this afternoon.
Right, so we'll wait till that moment to go there. Thank you. Okay, we get Dr. Catherine, and I never say your Schmidling?
Schmidling. Pretend I have an
Why cannot
S.
do that right? I am so sorry.
It's all in this.
Okay, Evaluation Review Committee recommendations. This is an action item.
Yes.
So we had our receive item from last month.
From last month for Emporia, for K-State, and for Washburn.
Okay. Did anybody have any questions on any of those that we received last month before we take our vote? Since you've had time to look those over. And those were all renewing.
There's two new programs for Emporia that have finished their first 2 semesters, and we want to take off the new stipulation and let them be continuing. And the same for Kansas State, a new program to take off that new stipulation and let it be continuing, and then a continuing program for Washburn.
Great, great. Thank you. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Yes, if anybody has a motion, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for program approvals for Emporia State University, Kansas State University, and Washburn University.
Okay. Do I have a second? Earl? Okay. Any conversation? All good? Okay. All in favor? Okay. 10-0 vote. We're good to go, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I will be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Says we get a break. Okay. Oh, we are ahead of schedule. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute mental, I'm going to call it a mental break as much as anything, and just get prepared for what's next, especially since it's CTE. So we'll be back at 2:24 by my clock. Thank you. Okay, we are back. And we are going to go, we're going to act on the Career and Technical Education Pathways Credentials recommendations. So, Miss Natalie Clark, what do you got for us?
Yes, so if you have any questions, I passed out the handouts that we discussed last time we brought the information, but there is a recommended motion. There are two statutes, Statute 723825, that ask that you and the Board of Regents approve an industry sought credential list, and it is headed in the handouts I just passed out, Senate Bill 123. The Board of Regents, I believe, will vote on that tomorrow. There's two additions to that from the prior year, that being NCCER Heavy Equipment Operator Level 1 and KDHE Water and Wastewater Operator Certification Small Systems 1. So that's the first piece. The second piece is related to KSA 723821, and it asks that each year prior to July, you approve a list of high-quality credentials and standard credentials. The high-quality credential list that you have is reflective of the Excellent CTE list with the addition of CMA, Certified Medical A, and the standard credentials are all other credentials that we have on our credential lists that are tied to high school pathways.
Okay. So we have two votes, one for the high value and one for the standard.
Yes.
Okay.
One for the Senate industry sought, Senate Bill 123, and then the second includes high value and standard.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, board members, do we have any discussion, any questions before we take our vote from last month's presentation? Debbie?
So you're saying that there's a legislative deadline that's the end of next month?
So yes, in the statute, I actually have it back in my packet. It asks by a certain time by July that for the first item, Senate Bill 123, both the State Board of Education and the Board of Regents approve a joint list. We had initially surveyed all superintendents and presidents of community and technical colleges. They provided their recommendations, and then we reviewed it with the assistance of a representative from Secretary of Labor, Board of Regents, KSDE, and Commerce.
I don't know how everybody else feels, but I know I, for one, would prefer to start getting things well in advance of deadlines so that we have time to act on them in a more thoughtful way rather than, we have to do this today. That's just,
This was a receive item last month.
I know it was.
Okay.
I know, but just that we're voting on it, because how if the vote went down? You can receive it the month before, and then your vote's this month, it votes down. There's no time to respond now to a negative vote to something. And so that's where, it doesn't give the board the freedom to, when they take a vote, make that decision and have it bump up against a deadline. So
I would thank you for your comment. We can certainly take it back to the committee. It begins with the review of the Excellent CTE legislative piece. So the Department of Labor provides the current labor market information. And so the timeline has traditionally been March or April, so this would be that next step. But we could ask them about moving that up.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion. But first, let me qualify. We have it's two items. Do you want that in one motion, or do we vote on each one separately?
Let's go ahead and separate them.
Okay, thank you. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve a list of industry-sought credentials that career and technical education students may request. School districts pay any fees for any assessments or other examinations that is required for such student to obtain an approved industry-sought career technical education credential.
Okay, do I have a second? Dennis? Okay, all in favor? I believe that's 9 opposed, 1. Okay. And part number 2, do I have a motion?
I can continue if you'd like. Madam Chair, thank you. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve a list of high-value industry recognized career and technical education credentials and a list of standard career and technical education industry recognized credentials.
And a second. Melanie? All in favor? 9 opposed? 1? No? Did I miss one? I'm sorry. Connie? No. Where are you at, Connie? I'm sorry.
No.
You're a no. Okay, say 8 and 2. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow as well, right? Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is acting on the Professional Practices Commission recommendations with Attorney Scott Gordon, who was right here.
Ricardo just entered the waiting room.
Say it again. Oh, did we get Carter? Okay, great. Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you. As soon as we find our presenter, we'll be good. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Mr. Gordon, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, it looks like we do have Mr. Sanchez on. How about that? He probably has not had a chance to see the email that I just sent him. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the State Board, Commissioner Watson. We have 2 items before you from the PPC. 14A is a case that actually was heard by the PPC. And I'm just going to point out ahead of time, 14B, the first 2 cases were not actually heard by the PPC. They were coming to you directly from my office as default. But Mr. Sanchez can comment on 24 PPC 35 if you have any questions. But I think the first item you have before you is 14A.
14A, yes, so the censure. And I did have one, but let me check here. Okay, and I think during break, Mr. Gordon, you let me know that that was a professional license that person held in the censure case.
And Madam Chair, that's actually what I was trying to check back in my office to completely verify. I know it was not a substitute license. It is someone that has taught for several years. Okay. So I believe it was either initial or a professional license.
Okay, great. Okay, board, does anybody have any comments or questions about the censure case before us? Okay, I would receive a motion if somebody would be so inclined. Anybody? Betty, my motion lady today. Thank you.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education censor the licensee in 24-PPC-17.
Great. Second? Danny? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment, Dennis?
I just want, Scott, could you just clarify for us what a censure is compared to revoking a license? Just give us a quick.
Sure. Madam Chair, the difference is a censure is essentially a one-time action by the State Board of Education. I've never found a better way to describe this, even though it's not a great way. It's a slap on the wrist of you are acknowledging that the person engaged in professional misconduct, but it does not rise to the level of keeping the person out of the classroom. Whereas revocation results in, and the person, if they are censured, they keep their license, or they obtain the license they're asking for. There's not any kind of, there's no indication on the license itself. Like when they go to print it off, it doesn't say censured or anything. It does get published on the agency website if I ever get around to updating it. And that information is also shared on the National Clearinghouse so that other state education agencies are aware of it. A revocation is the other end of the spectrum, if you will, and that person does not have a license as a result of a revocation.
Was that a unanimous vote? I don't actually see it.
Yes, ma'am, it was a
Okay.
unanimous vote.
Okay, I missed that somewhere. Yes, sir.
Mr. Gordon, is a censure, I don't disagree with how you've characterized it, but follow-up question, is a censure considered in aggravating circumstances if there's a later act of discipline?
It certainly is, and sorry, Madam Chair, and
No,
to
go ahead.
answer that question, it's certainly something that the board has used in the past as an indication of, look, we kind of gave you a chance one time, and now you've come back. And I will tell, in all fairness, even if the state board were to not censure someone based on this conduct, if you were to make the determination, we don't even need the censure, let them go forth and teach, that conduct still exists in my files. And I assure you that if the person were to come back before you for some other reason or similar reason, you would be reminded, or I would share that with you. But a censure is certainly a form of discipline on a license that someone would need to indicate anytime they apply for a professional license if it asks that question.
Okay. And then if they didn't give that information and it were discovered, obviously that would be a big deal.
That could potentially be a reason for you to take action on a future application.
Right. Okay. I forget where we're at. We had a motion and a second. Okay. All in favor of the motion put forth? The censure, right? Nope, we need to vote. Yes. We're good. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, just to clarify for the record, because I have to write the final order, what's the final vote?
10-0.
Was it actually a 10-0?
I believe it was.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Anybody have an argument? Okay. I think we're 10-0.
Okay.
Okay, and then 3 cases of denial, all within one motion. Does anybody have any discussion or questions involving these? If not, I would definitely take a motion. I'm sorry? Melanie, did you have anything? No? Okay.
That was from the last one.
Yeah,
Apologies.
sorry.
That's okay.
Did Ricardo get booted off?
Okay. Jim, would you like to make that motion for us, please?
I'll give Eddie a break. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny the applications for licensure in cases 24 PPC 06, 24 BPC, PPC 35, and 25 PPC 04.
Second? Betty? All in favor? 10-0 vote. Where does it pass? Thank you, and thank you, Ricardo, for showing up in case we had questions. We appreciate your work and the work of the PPC.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Or no, Thursday. I'll see you Thursday.
Thursday? Oh, you were talking to Ricardo. I was like, no, sir. You.
I'm not coming.
I don't need any help. Okay. See. Okay. Agenda item 15, right? Am I on track? Yep. Overview of Kansas health standards and, I don't even know if I can say that word, embryology, which is a part of a statute that was, or a bill that was passed. Mr. Kent Reed, thank you.
Thank you for having me back, Commissioner, State Board. While Rayleigh comes and pulls up my PowerPoint, I will give this to Deborah so we can hand those out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
I think so.
I see it, but I can't pull it up. Okay. I apologize for the delay.
Technology's awesome, right?
Except when it's not.
Till it's not, that's right, till it's not.
Well, Madam Chair and State Board, Commissioner.
Did you find it? No?
I think this is it.
Oh, you did find it. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Deborah.
What we'd like to do is give you an update on a couple of new agenda items. And then obviously give your feedback. Appreciate your comments and how you feel about what we're about to share. The first update is Senate sub for House Bill 2382. And just to give you a little background, you're probably very familiar with this because I know Dr. Harwood and Gabby keep you abreast of what's going on across the street. But this bill was passed late in the session. Originally was vetoed by the governor, and then it was overridden. And I believe, Frank, it's current law now, correct? Okay, July 1st. All right, so essentially what it says, and I'm going to be very deliberate because those that are watching and listening, this may be the very first time they've heard it, okay? Any school district that offers any course or other instruction that addresses human growth, human development, or human sexuality shall include, as part of such course or instruction, a presentation of a high-quality computer-generated animation or high-definition ultrasound of at least 3 minutes in duration that shows the development of the brain, heart, and other vital organs. Okay, we've had several internal meetings on this, so let's try to kind of break that down a little bit. First of all, what is a requirement? Well, according to the bill itself, it's curriculum and instruction. And traditionally, curriculum and instruction is local option. Okay? What the requirement is that a video will be shown of at least 3 minutes in length that is a high-quality, computer-generated animation or high-definition ultrasound that includes the development of the brain, heart, and other vital organs in early human fetal development. That's the requirement. When? Well, it's not specified in the bill. During any course or other instruction that addresses human growth, human development, or human sexuality. And when I say it's not specified, it doesn't give any grade level. It just says during any course or other instruction that addresses human growth, human development, or human sexuality. In discussing this with executive leadership, et cetera, and Gabby, here are some local considerations. In other words, this would be some of the guidance that we would give the locals. First of all, staff. Who's the person providing the instruction, and are they licensed to teach the course content? There are specific license requirements for teaching a course. Additionally, there was a conversation that courses are only in secondary schools where this provision would apply, but it's not specified in the bill. Age appropriate is another consideration. Is a fetal development video appropriate to the grade level in question? And then, of course, parent permission, opting in and opting out would apply to this just like it would apply to SEL, et cetera, okay? And that's really it. And I think now, Madam Chair, we should have a conversation about what the board thinks of this particular statute.
Well, I'm sure we think lots of things, but I guess our thinking needs to be on how we handle it in our guidance to local districts. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ken, thanks for coming today. I was on Zoom, so I didn't personally see Dr. David Prentice, who was part of Citizens Forum last month. I was impressed with his presentation and got a copy of the transcript of it. I went to www. Endowment for Human Development to see what those videos look like that he recommended, and I was terribly impressed. were very well done. And it fit all of the
requirements.
Yeah, the requirements that the legislators put out. High definition, actually some very basic development from conception on with cell division. It was very intriguing in how the organs then began to appear within a few weeks. And I just think that that is something that, you know, when you look at science and you look at what we should know from very early on, I just really stand behind his recommendation and what I viewed. I think there's a certain amount of political angst we need to get beyond, and we just need to look at what is science, what does DNA tell us, and we all had that beginning. It's a beautiful thing, and I would just really encourage the board as we consider this, that this is basic health, this is basic physiology. One of my best experiences in nursing school was learning physiology and microbiology and just seeing the amazing systems and the beauty of how we were created. And I would just really stand behind anything that we come up with to help our children know early. You know, when we had 4-H, had our children in 4-H, and we raised them on a farm, that was some of the best things that they had in basics of learning where origins come from, where species come from, and God did create us fearfully and wonderfully. So I'm really excited about this in a real way. So.
And Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am also very happy for this because I just think it's just pure science, and it's exposing those children, especially the younger ones. They are often expecting little brothers and sisters or nieces or nephews or even. So they, you know, answers maybe some of their questions. But I wanted to clarify, because we've been given a couple of different things. The Kansas Model Curricular Standards for Health Education 2018, I believe that Danny sent this out to us. Is that right? No. I was just curious. No. Well, I went through this. I wanted to make sure I knew where it came from because it came from somewhere. And it, as opposed to the national sex education standards that are not national. So I just wanted to bring that out. But I did go through it looking specifically for where this might apply. And on page 14, if you do have that, is I found it might apply at the 2.1, which is basically a second grade, 8.5, 8th grade, and then the 12.5. Those were the places that I saw in this that I could see that this video might apply. There might be other places. That was just my interpretation of it, and I thought I'd share that.
Okay. On your slide, you said in the conversations you guys have had internally, you were looking at, oh, there I see it now. It's like, where did that sentence go? Secondary was where you were looking?
Yeah. There are specific licensing requirements for teaching a course. Additionally, there was a conversation that courses are only in secondary schools where this provision would apply. And I'm presuming that was...
So, that was actually a conversation during the conference committee.
Oh, gotcha.
When I think, I can't remember which Senate bill it was that this part of the statute, this part of the law was originally in, got 23, the original bill was about school board member pay. That got gutted. This language went back into it. That passed the Senate. It did not pass the House. It went to conference committee because and then during that conference committee, the school board member pay part got put back into the bill. And during that time, there was some discussion about, so when does this happen? And so the discussion was, well, courses only apply to secondary. You don't have courses at elementary. It was also brought up at the same time that, well, but it says courses or other instruction. So it is unclear what was meant about this. It was talked about several times that it's only 6 lines long, and that should be good, other than it gives no direction for what it's supposed to be. And with a broad interpretation, districts will show this multiple times a year, every year the student is in school. Depends on how it gets interpreted.
So that's what we're here to do, is give some guidance.
Well, I think it's whether or not, this does not have any action for the state board. It would be whether the state board wants to direct KSDE to come up with guidance. The problem with that is that we'll be bordering on legal advice, because this is whether or not you're in compliance with a law, and it would be our interpretation of a very vague statute on what that interpretation would be. I think, as Kent said earlier, this is a curricular decision, which typically the state board has not taken a position on saying you should use this curriculum or that curriculum. And this video would technically be a curriculum material, because there are lots of videos out there that schools show that the state board does not take a position on at all. So I think that's kind of how this came up is there something the state board wants to do, or is this something that, will answer questions as they come up, or how do you want to proceed?
Gotcha. We'll continue with our comments. Connie?
Thank you. Just some little information. We do a booth every year at our county fair, and we show a video called Windows to the Womb, and it shows development. It lasts 20 minutes. That's not what this law said. But the kids that stop and look at it, and the parents that stop and say, this was you at this time, and different things. So it does pique curiosity, and it does give parents time to explain what's going on in the video. We've never had anybody, yell at us or tell us to take it down or anything. So it does make, I think, the kids aware and what's happening. If their mom or aunt or somebody becomes pregnant, they know that that's a baby coming soon into their family. So I think it's a good thing, but finding the right video for each different grade might be kind of testy.
And a word of caution. Well, first of all, who's going to vet the videos? Well, it's local control, so it'd be the locals. And these kind of things sometimes create a cottage industry, if you understand what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And I can see a lot of different groups marketing a product, and typically we don't endorse any specific product, but we will take your guidance and go from there. Yeah.
Thank you. Jim?
Just for the record, we don't do curriculum. I believe that the legislature, it doesn't have anything to do with the content here. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not we should do one thing or something else. When the legislature does curriculum, they overstep our responsibilities. I just thought that needed to be said for the record.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you say something? I see there it says opt-in, opt-out. Where is that in the law where it's very clear that it's an opt-in, opt-out for a parent?
Well, that has been a practice that the state board has promoted for as long as I've been involved. I mean, it would be like any other curriculum. We'd suggest that locals consider that opt-in, opt-out.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just thinking back, I had health in 7th, and then I had a chemistry class in 8th, and I had biology, and I was just thinking about the progress of when they would think that this would be, appropriate in which of those classes, and then.
Yeah, at this point, that's some local decisions that are going to have to be made.
And is that video, did you say it's free? It's free to the school
I
district?
believe so. My understanding from watching the comments last month, yeah. Mm-hmm. And like I said, our inboxes are going to be full after this gets out, not only because of the product, but because of the opinions.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Definitely echoing Jim Porter's comments about the legislature overstepping. And wanting to respect local control, I just want to make a few comments for our local boards to consider. So for all the concern about AI that we hear, I guess that one of my initial concerns would be their inadequacies. hallucinations, fabrications even. I can't fathom why an animation would be allowed, and I question where the line is between an animation and a fabrication or even an opinion. So I would encourage districts to consider that, because there's no science wrapped around the previous slide that you had up to specify exactly what needs to be in the video other than just a high quality animation. Connie talked about the booth where a parent can come up and watch the video with their child, but as a parent, I'm standing there with my child. I'm the one narrating. I get to be part of that process. Yeah. And so I would strongly, I would think that we would want to strongly encourage local boards to consider an approach to this that is much like the KCTC survey, where parents have to opt in. It's not an, parents have to opt in. I mean, that's what they're doing for KCTC, the Kansas Communities That Care survey. And so that's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just a follow-up question for either you, Kent, or Frank. Since this is a legislative action, how will we know if we're expected to take action on it? And then my second question is, do we anticipate that the committee that referred this is going to meet again to expand on what our responsibility would be in accordance with following their expectations?
So there is nothing in the bill, or what will be the law, that is an expectation that the state board does anything. And I will tell you, there are plenty of statutes that says the state board shall. And this has nothing in it at all with that. And so I'm not going to say they won't come back later and say the state board shall now do something else. But in this case, that was the entirety of the section. There's nothing else to it, which is part of what is the problem with the bill, in that if they really meant for it to only be in the secondary, then they should have taken out other instruction. So that's where there's an issue with the intent, and then finding something that works at different places and different things. And then again, the video itself has no message to it. That's going to come along with whatever goes with the instruction that goes with it. I will say that in this situation, it's likely that there will be a parent in some case that will not be happy with what that is. And so that's why we put the language in there that districts should consider whatever they do with other content that's similar to this, whether it's, so state law allows for parents to opt out of almost anything. In some cases, and so districts don't send opt-out letters all the time. There are some areas where districts have chosen to, when we get to this subject, we're going to send out a letter saying we're going to be doing this at this time. If you'd like to opt out, send this back. Some districts have gone with opt-in, which says we're going to send this out. If you don't send it back, then your student will be excluded from this and given an alternate. From experience, opt-ins are a lot of problem because the default is you don't get it back. So then now you have a lot of students that are not part of it, not because their parents that didn't necessarily want them to be, but because you didn't get permission for them to be. And districts do that, and that's fine. The other one is more specific. A lot of times you don't get them back. Might be, if you get them back, the parent actually meant that, which is helpful. So that's all we kind of put in with that, is that parents almost always have the option of opting out for an alternate assignment. In this case, the districts will want to consider where they be more overt about opting out or opting in. And I would say it's whatever you're doing with similar content.
Debbie, I'm going to run to Danny real quick since you have spoken already. Okay, Danny.
So what I see up there is none of that is in the bill.
That's correct. No, you're right.
None of that is in the bill. So it's possible that there couldn't, the locals, because it's directly to the locals, which I'm okay with, except I worry about the unintended consequences, especially if they don't have an opt-in or an opt-out. Mm-hmm. And grade level, I'm concerned, I'm not concerned, I have no problem with the video, but I think it's bothered me from the beginning because it just seems to be deeper than that.
And actually, so you'll see that these are things that we think districts should consider while they're deciding when and what they're going to show to whom and when. And so that's what we talked about. First of all, does the instruction or course meet the requirement of human growth, human development, or human sexuality? Does the person teaching it actually, is that what they're supposed to be teaching? I mean, the idea would be is that you could have an English language arts teacher, if they're talking about human growth, do you now all of a sudden have to show this video? That's not the intention. So I don't know where that goes. But the age appropriateness is two things. One is there was the comments about it only applies to secondary. If you have to defend yourself with legislative intent, you're pretty far down the wrong direction anyway. But a video and what you're doing may be appropriate for a high schooler and not appropriate for a kindergartner, and you'll want to make sure that you're looking at that as you. So these are not recommendations, it's just that as you're deciding what to do, here are things to consider.
Madam Chair, may I? And this falls under the need to know of the board. When you look at a health curriculum, I asked a lot of elementary teachers, okay, when do you have your boy-girl talk, that discussion about puberty? And generally they said about 5th or 6th grade. So I think that would be the bottom line there, and then work our way up.
Debbie, you have one more quick comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify, the paper I was referencing is a Kansas Model Curricular Standards for Health Education. It is on our KSDE website, and it is underwritten by 12 committee members from various local school boards. And on the portion that I was, on the page 14 that I was referencing, it says Kansas Health Education Standards, the content standards for family life, relationships, and human sexuality, the grade level and the benchmarks the students will know, comprehend, apply, analyze, synthesize, and or evaluate. So I suppose it would just depend on whether or not the local school board accepted the curricular standards for health education that was put out on the website. And if they did, you could say, I think I agree with Mr. Reed, or Dr. Reed, or Mr. 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 Okay, I get confused. Anyway, but yeah, because I was like, 2nd grade seemed a little young to me as well, but it says stages of growth and development, so maybe within that context, it's just a stage of development growth. In 5th grade, 5.5, it's also stages of development, 8.5, potential outcomes of sexual activity, and in 12.5, potential outcomes of sexual activity, STIs, pregnancy, et cetera. So I figured those might be the only ones that I saw. I just wanted to clarify a little bit because I wasn't sure where this was coming from, and I had to really go and dig a little bit.
Gotcha.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, and that's part of what the issue is, especially at the younger grades, we do talk about stages of development and human growth, but embryology is not part of that conversation. When you get to the middle school and you get specifically to the outcomes of sexual behavior, well, embryology can be an outcome of sexual behavior, and so it gets more clear. At the elementary, it is less clear because the growth and development they're talking about is being healthy and just growing up. Now, if you start talking about fetal development, then that would make sense. That's not typically what's talked about at 2nd grade. Right. And so that's where we talk about the age appropriateness. The problem with this will be for each local school district is that because of the vagueness, any parent can interpret it differently than how the school district does, and then the good news is that will start the conversation and we'll see where it goes from there. It could cause problems at some point or another. What we're trying to say is that districts need to consider these things so that you have a rational basis for the decisions that you make, that you can defend why those were your rational decisions, or why those were your decisions. And then maybe it'll be fine. There won't be any confusion at all or any disagreement, and we'll just go on about our business. Otherwise, maybe at some point the legislature will say, okay, well, yeah, we need to clarify because this is what we really meant.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to come back around. I just want to append my earlier comments and add on that AI bent. I guess that as a parent, what I would want to see and what I hope that local schools will think about is I would also like to know the source of the video, and I would want it to be clearly labeled as whether it's a real ultrasound or it's a computer-generated ultrasound, meaning that it was either created with AI or created with animation. I think those things are really important. I don't know how much time my fellow board members spend with, say, a first grader, but I mean, this is a potentially scarring opportunity for a young child. I am deeply concerned, especially about those earlier grades. And so as a parent, I would want to know exactly what is going to be put in front of them, and I would strongly encourage that opt-in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm with you, because apart from what Connie was saying, when the parent is there and has the choice and has the conversation immediately, it's a whole different story than 20 kids in a classroom. So I'm definitely with you. Danny, did you have something else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mark, are the local boards that need to discuss the legal ramifications of getting sued by a parent, maybe because of something AI is not actually right, or they didn't do the opt-in, opt-out thing, and they showed it without parent permission. So as a school district could be on the line, and maybe they tag the legislature on it also. Are they open for legal?
There's certainly many ways that this could get to the court system, whether it's somebody challenging the statute for being unconstitutionally vague, or one side that's unhappy with the decision of the local board making a decision that the other side didn't agree with. So certainly they're going to be asking their legal counsel for some advice and guidance on that.
Please.
So what is not unusual about this is even though sometimes legislators will say, well, that's state board role, the legislature in every session does some bill that applies to schools. What generally is in the bill is that they do something to apply to schools and then say, and the state board will develop something around it.
Right.
That didn't happen in this. I'm not arguing that it should have happened. I'm just saying it didn't happen. And so you have now truly left 286 school districts to have to come up with 286 policies, procedures, curriculum, video, and it just opens up a wide variety of interpretation that's going to play out over and over. So as Ken and Frank have mentioned, we'll give, hey, here's some guidance to consider, but we have nothing statutorily to say you should do this in your guidance. Just you may want to consider these items. And they're going to spend a lot of time probably with legal counsel, is my guess, and trying to interpret the law. That's what's really different about this is, whether it's been computer science or any other topic, and the state board will develop standards or guidance to go along with that. And that didn't happen in this bill. Again, not saying it should have happened. It's just unusual that they don't partner each other.
Yeah, and I think that what Danny brought up as well, to Mark's point, is that I think this is one of those situations where districts could find themselves in lawsuits no matter what they do, because somebody's going to say they didn't show it when they should have, and somebody else is going to say you shouldn't have shown it in that case, or you should have done something else along those lines. And that's where the vagueness is a problem, because all the school district will have to go back to is that kind of the reasonable person standard is that we acted in a thoughtful manner to do what we thought was the best. And that's what they're going to have to rely on. Right. And so, yes, hopefully they get their legal counsel's opinion, because they're the people that are going to have to defend them, but sometimes that's the case. I taught high school science. So I taught anatomy. I showed several fetal development. At that point, there weren't a lot of videos. It was more still pictures. But, I mean, they can be very effective. There's also a course that a lot of schools have in human development. That's the one where you take the robot baby home and have to take care of it for the weekend. I mean, there are some obvious places where it makes sense. I think it's the kind of in the margins where we talk about in second grade where we need to talk about stages of human development. If you never have ever talked about fetal development before, does it make sense there? And is somebody going to say it should? And can you defend why you didn't do it there? I think that's a lot of kind of where we're at. And as Dr. Watson pointed out, there is no indication that the state board needs to take a position to show any guidance.
Right.
So if you decided to, it would be of your own volition. And really, at that point, the school district would have to decide whether they liked it or not, because did you have the authority to do that? And you've never done that with curriculum before. So it's kind of put you in an interestingly difficult position of trying to support school districts through making the choices. But that was not a role that you were given, and you typically in the past have not said, you should do this, you should make this curricular decision. So just a different kind of situation.
Are you going to be quick?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. This reminds me, I like this discussion because I get it. You know, there's so many variations and potentialities here. Maybe we should look at this like we did it for the Screen Time Blue Ribbon Task Force. We just recognized that we received reports, or we received a statute, but they kind of put it on the local board's lap. So I'm not sure that we should do anything.
We don't have anything
and
to do.
That's where I would go with this, I think.
Debbie?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of basically say that same thing. Obviously, these things land on the local school board. I would not want to scare them, though. I mean, we have years and years of science, where we taught Haeckel's embryos, if you know that, and the peppered moth, and a lot of things that were inaccurate, and they were in our science book. We taught things that were not true. So things get wrong in science books and history all the time, and this at least has a protection that it's supposed to be true to life, life science. And I did have a little book for my kindergarten through second grade kids that we showed what the baby looks like in mommy's tummy. I had 8 kids, so guess what? There's a lot of questions. So,
But it was embryonic development for those babies. So it just depends on like the opt-in. It's up to parents really and the local school boards. I like that. I think we will move on.
Well, we value your opinions and your guidance, and we'll get together, Commissioner, and develop, and hopefully you'll invite me back and we'll share what we put together. Okay, the second thing that I wanted to talk about, and it alludes to what Debbie was referring to, and that's it's time to look at the health standards. 2018 was a while back, and if you got a copy of what Danny sent out, which was the standards, as well as I did an abbreviated outline, and I handed that out, or Deborah handed that out. Yes. There is a lot there, and remember, the graduation requirement is half a credit. So there's a lot of curriculum to be squeezed into half a year. But that's what the committee will look at, and we'll certainly, again, ask for your guidance. Okay, the background. First of all, they are prevention standards. The idea, the overarching idea, is that schools address risky behaviors, like vaping, for example, okay, and reduce health risks. They are due for review and possible revision, and the resources that we've used in the past and that we've used in other content areas, for example, PE, would include these 2018 standards, the SHAPE National Health Education Standards, but we don't, to my knowledge, we don't use any sex standards at all, sex ed standards at all. And I looked on the webpage because sometimes when there's a transition, there may be something left over from 2018, but I couldn't find anything. So we use the SHAPE National Health Education Standards, neighboring state standards. We look at those. And then, of course, feedback from the field and feedback from the state board. All right, now, since navigating the change, we've utilized a competency format that aligns with the Kansas CAN competency framework, and it emphasizes a successful Kansas student can. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll form a committee, revision, review, writing committee, okay? And I said in the PowerPoint 6 months, but the embryology bill is probably going to push that back, because don't you think embryology needs to be the priority at this point, since school will take up in August? We need to address that first, and then we'll try to get started on the review. Okay, the next slide is a copy of the table of contents, and I really didn't think that was enough information for you. So I went ahead and put together an outline to kind of give you an idea of what the 2018 standards look like, okay? And moving forward, 2025 might be much different, and it probably will be in some fashion. But that's the table of contents in 2018. You have a handout of the outline of those standards. Okay. An explanation of why we've gone to competencies, all right? First of all, as I mentioned, we want to align with the Kansas CAN competencies, inter, and particularly cognitive. Competencies speak directly to student needs. Typically, when you draft standards for years and years, we would have the standard and then a benchmark and then student indicators. And really, the competencies are those student indicators, so we actually just get to the issue that teachers and schools need to get to in terms of addressing the needs of their students, okay? It's consistent with what we've done with school counseling, character development, and physical education. The field has told us they are much easier to navigate and thus more efficient and useful. And here is what we did as an example from PE, okay? Competency number 1 develops a variety of motor skills. So the rationale would be what we would call the standard and the benchmark, but it's in narrative form, so it explains it a little better. And then what you see after that would be the student indicators, or what we would call competencies now. And you'll notice grade span learning indicators, the successful Kansas student can. And then we list those competencies. And PE, when we rolled these out, the teachers really appreciated it, because it spoke directly to the student needs, okay? And that's it for right now. I'm more than happy to stand and listen to your comments, your feedback, try to answer questions. Where'd Frank go? You know what I mean? I know. Madam Chair?
Okay, do we have anything as far as this, before they even, because the start hasn't happened, right?
We're going to deal with embryology first.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you pull a committee together, who is involved in that?
Well, we'll have internal folks. For example, Steve Backman, who works on sets. He has a degree in PE, okay? Dr. Robin Kelso has been working with vaping, okay, so internally, and then we'll try to find some PE folks, but connecting with the field right now is pretty difficult. But in the past, we've had folks from the field, and if there are board members who'd want to, join us, we'd be more than happy to have them. Janet Wallace sat in on our last revision of the character development standards.
Okay, that'd be great if you could let us know what kind of, when you're ready.
Okay.
Yeah, we would really appreciate that. That way if somebody wants to, they can do that.
May I, if it pleases, may I ask the board members a question?
Yes.
Did I address the issue of sex education? Okay, hey, we'd really like to get your feedback.
Okay. To a degree, yes. You know, I have a 7-page letter from a parent that's concerned, and I won't read that letter because it's 7 pages long. But he was concerned about the safe touch being taught, he thought, too soon. His young son was in 1st grade. I heard that they teach it in several schools. And is first grade age appropriate? I mean, I think, and he didn't know how to opt in or opt out, you know, but he's very concerned that it will lead to other things down the grade levels.
Sure.
So, but I will give you a copy of this letter.
Okay, thank you, Ronnie.
I'll have, maybe Deborah can make him a copy.
Yeah, yeah.
Danny?
Anything?
Okay.
Okay, Debbie?
Go, Debbie.
I know, just me again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I was just going through that shape, and because there's so much just ideology going all through these sex education kind of things, and so I never trust any of them.
Okay,
And
but we're talking about
the
health
shape
standards.
Well,
The
yeah,
shape
the
health standards. Okay.
right.
Just
And I
making
was
sure
on
we're-
their website, and in going to Connie's, in their sex education, they do go to this.
But we,
And this is very, very not good.
okay, but again, they're not using those to drive the standards that they're creating, because we do not have Kansas sex standards.
Okay, I
We do
thought you
not.
said you were using shape.
Shape health standards
They may
to
refer to, excuse
to
me.
use it.
They may refer to it in the shape document, but we're going to Kansanize it. We've always Kansanized it.
Okay.
And one of these days, I'd like to come talk about Kansas character development versus
Yes.
SEL. I'd like to do that one day.
Okay.
But
Thank you,
we'll
'cause, yeah, this
Kansanize
gets
it,
into
and you'll
that
have,
area.
you'll have
Oh,
input
no,
into
those-
that.
yeah.
But I want to make sure, because I still don't think we're clear. And I think, Kent, you've done a wonderful job, but there are national sex education standards and there are national health standards. We've never adopted any sex education standards. Those are the ones I think some board members had some real opposition to. And you may have opposition to the health standards, but I think what's been brought to my attention were sex education standards that we never used, never adopted. And they can be easily confused because we're talking about health standards, and sometimes people interchange those terms as if they're interchangeable, and they're not. So I just
Right.
wanted, again,
If I were to get a call from the field, and number one, a priority for this agency is customer service. And there may be a district who wants to, find out about the national sex ed standards. I will send them the link, but we don't have any direct technical assistance relative to that. Now, if you cross-reference it, there may be some overlap. For example, one of the risky behaviors that we need to address is preventing teen pregnancy. You might find that in both sets of standards, but whatever we do, it's going to be best for Kansans.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does to me. Is everybody, okay? Danny?
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The thing that concerns me is though, a local district could go get those, Debbie, hold that up again. Thank you. Can go look at those and they could do some things off of there if they wanted to.
Sure.
And so,
Local curriculum.
yeah. And so that's why if you were a board member and haven't read that, you may want to look at that because there are some things in there that are definitely not appropriate in my humble opinion.
And they ask for money. Talk about money.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Kent, so if somebody, you said, if from the field you get a request for something, we don't have any Kansas standards.
Yeah, and I will specify that
I was
the
going to say, I'm sure
board-
you're making it very clear this is not what we do.
The state board doesn't do that.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
We have health standards. We do not have sex ed standards.
And we're trying to revise those.
It is confusing.
Yeah,
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but it is confusing, Debbie.
okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you
Thank you, Ken.
talking
bet.
to us.
Thank you.
and As you get started on that, just let us know when you're good to go. And I think we'll have a board member or two that will jump in with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys want a break or do you want to keep moving? Up to you.
Excuse me. Hey, thanks for the good discussion. That was a very, very good discussion.
Yeah.
That local boards can, if they want to go listen to it, they can go listen to it. But I want you to know I really appreciate the good discussion and the input from everybody.
Right, so do Ben and then take a break? Okay, let's do that. Let's go ahead and go to number 16 with Dr. Proctor, acting on the evidence-based at-risk list. And then we'll take our break.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is a follow-up to our discussion last month, an action item, and just to very quickly walk back through. So we know that this session, the legislature took action related to MSLC, or the International Multisensory Structured Language Education Council, as it pertains to the at-risk evidence-based programs list. And that accrediting body was an allowable for that list. And as we were discussing that and kind of looking at the parallel with the International Dyslexia Association, we felt like that would allow us to really get all the things that have been vetted by these accrediting entities that are aligned to the science of reading, and certainly a great way for a school district to utilize at-risk funds, especially around these trainings for teachers. So you can see the recommendation again. It's to approve any program or programs that are accredited through the International Dyslexia Association for the at-risk evidence-based programs list, and we're prepared upon action from the state board to get a number of those items on the list right away that do pertain or relate directly to Kansas schools, Kansas educators. There's many things that can go on the list that are accredited by IDA, but we know several that Kansans want to take advantage of right away, so we're prepared to do that as well.
And on your slide before that, with the MSLC accreditation, also allowed Valley Speech Esperanza course, which is a training for English language learners.
Yes.
So that was hopefully something that's being able to be used. And then, yes, the IDA portion. So my understanding with you, Dr. Proctor, is that there are several things that are out there. Read Redefined, that is in Wichita as well, and another IDA one that had asked to be on the list that would immediately be added. And then anybody who comes along that is IDA accredited would be an automatic on.
Correct.
If they ask for it.
Correct.
Otherwise, we're not going to just dump everything. But anything that is training then allows at-risk dollars to be used for those trainings.
Correct.
And those are really important, in my opinion. So, everybody good? Anybody want to make a motion? Or you have a comment?
Oh, I'll make the motion and make a comment.
Okay, sure.
I just, I don't know how much influence you have on them, but this is a conversation that I think Michelle has also had, I'm not sure, but with our School for the Deaf, trying to understand if they're having issues with reading, could they be having dyslexia-related issues? Of course, those we try to address phonically as is best for hearing children, but I think that I would like to see some more exploration for the possibility that they have visual dyslexia going on and that this might be harming some of the deaf children from learning to read. And I will, underneath all of this, find your motion to make it.
It's on the screen if you want to use it.
It's on the, okay. I would like to move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve any programs that are accredited through the International Dyslexia Association, IDA, for the at-risk evidence-based programs list.
Thank you. Second, Connie? All in favor? 10-0 vote. We are good to go. Thank you very much, sir. Before you walk away, do we have you back tomorrow?
Not unless you add me.
Not unless I add you. Okay. Thank you. I want to do that publicly. And I'm going to try not to cry because I have appreciated you so much. You have been so beneficial to me as I have learned with the KISA project. I know you have made a huge difference in this department, and we are going to miss you, truly. So thank you for everything you've done.
Absolutely, thank you.
Dang. Okay, what else we got? Oh, let's take a quick 10-minute break. We will come back at 3:40. Thank you. Okay, we are back. That was a little longer than 10 minutes. I apologize. Next up on our agenda is number 17, receive Kansas State Department of Education budget for the 26-27 year, FY 27. Dr. John Hess, apologize.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, members of the board. So what we are going to provide is we're going to go over various budget options for fiscal year 2027, which you might think we're still in fiscal year 2025 and we haven't even gotten to fiscal year 2026 yet. So state agencies under state law are required to submit their budget requests to the Office of the Governor by September 15th of each year. And so what that means is we are getting ready to start working on the fiscal year 2027 budget request this summer. And so as part of that, and also state law requires the state board to make budget recommendations about the funding of schools and other portions of it. A lot of KSDE's budget is governed by school finance law, and it's also the budget cycle works on the baseline of what was already approved is what has already been approved for fiscal year 26 is effectively the starting point. And so what we're going to be talking about is potential options for enhancement requests for additional funding, or in some instances just funding the current law, because that is what is being funded. So we will start with kind of the big categories of state aid and then kind of work into smaller bits.
And this is a receive item, so we're just discussing today.
Yes, and Dr. Harwood and I will be back in July for your votes on these items as well, because and July is kind of the point the decision needs to be made, just in terms of me being able to put the budget together and write it and everything by September 15th.
Okay.
So the first item that we are going to talk about is state foundation aid in the base. So the base aid for student excellence. Here you can see some of the history going back to fiscal year 2015. The bottom two numbers are the ones I want to draw your attention to. So for next year, fiscal year 2026, the base has been set at $5,615, which is an increase of 4.4% above this current year. Below that, you will see the current estimate for the fiscal year 2027 base is $5,777, which is an increase of 2.9%. And that, according to state law, is a 3-year average of the Midwest Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. And so that revised estimate came from the spring consensus estimates. It will be further revised in November, and then revised and finalized again next April. So it is subject to change, but at this point we have to base the budget off of what is the consensus number. So that is the consensus number, $5,777. So that produces then, according to the school finance formula, a dollar amount. And this looks very specific. It's an estimate. So right now the approved or the estimated state foundation aid for fiscal year 2027 is $3.969 billion. And that is current law. That has been, more than that has been appropriated, because the legislature appropriated in the out year based off of the fall estimates, which were estimated a little bit higher actually than that. So that is the amount, the estimated amount. So really the option, they're funding, the legislature is funding the law. So funding the current law costs $0 additional in fiscal year 2027 to do that. And Madam Chair, I can stop for potential questions after each one if you want, or I can go until somebody has a question, whichever one is your preference.
Board members, just be sure and put your name on here, and I will put you in wherever your name pops up before he moves on. Okay? Does anybody have anything at this point? Connie.
Did it again. I think my concern is in 2027, they're supposed to introduce a new finance formula or whatever they decide to do. So, even though these are estimated numbers, they could be either higher or lower than what we're estimating. So what do we do then?
Madam Chair, the current school finance formula expires at the end of fiscal year 2027. So fiscal year 27 is the last year of as it currently exists. And so when the consensus estimating group meets in November, when we would normally come up with the next out year estimate, that is something we will have to discuss because it would be a little difficult to just not have a school finance estimate because of the upcoming sunset. But for fiscal year 27, that the current law does go through the end of that fiscal year. So the next major category of state aid is officially supplemental state aid. It's also called local option budget state aid. And so this is equalization aid for property taxes for school districts' local option budgets. And so as you can see in on the bottom line there, the current estimate for fiscal year 2027 is $637 million. And so the legislature has been funding the formula as required by state law. And so right now, based on the consensus estimate, funding the current law for fiscal year 2027 would require $0 additional dollars. The next category is capital improvement state aid, or also known as bond and interest state aid. Like LOB state aid, this is a form of property tax equalization, so it results in reduced property taxes for residents of districts that receive that state aid. The current estimate is $208 million in fiscal year 2027. As you can see, it's flat over the last 3 years there. That is because of prior changes to the equalization formulas back in 2015, 2015 primarily, which just had the effect of lowering the equalization rates for new bonds passed after that point. So we're reaching a point where it's just kind of leveled, and based on current law, at some point that number will start going down. But it has been funded. The law has been funded, so again, funding that would require zero additional dollars in fiscal year 2027. And then there is capital outlay state aid, which is another form of property tax equalization for the capital outlay fund. As you can see, the estimate in fiscal year 2027 is $111 million. That number has gone up pretty significantly over the time frame there. In part, that is because school districts are capped. The maximum mill levy they can levy for capital outlay is 8 mills, and the statewide average is very close to 8 mills. So that means as property valuations go up, school districts are able to generate more and more revenue, which means also that the equalization, which is in this case a supplemental to property taxes, also goes up. So that's why that has been going up there. Also, you see some school districts, there is some overlap between capital improvement and capital outlay. So school districts that might otherwise have issued bonds for some expenses are using capital outlay instead, because it does have now has a better equalization rate than new bond equalization rates. So, but again, the legislature has been funding this, so funding current law would cost $0 additional dollars in fiscal year 27.
So John, what allows a district to get capital outlay state aid? What is the?
So it is based on their assessed valuation per pupil. And so that is all, for all of the equalization, that's the function. How exactly it interacts with assessed valuation per pupil is a little in the weeds because it's slightly different for each equalization, and capital improvement has 4 different formulas. So, but that it's based on assessed valuation per pupil. And then, so those were all the major categories of state aid, which is the vast majority of the money that you will be dealing that flows through the State Department. And so we're going to move into some other ones. In addition, special ed is coming up as well, which is another big pot of money. There's juvenile detention facilities, which is required under KSA 72-1173. And so it provides funding for each student served in the amount of 2 times the base. So if you think back to What it is for 2027, it is $5,777, so double that. I'm not going to try to do the math off the top of my head. 11,400 and something, or 500 and something, or actual expenditures, whichever is less. And so this is for students who are educated in juvenile detention correctional facilities. This amount appropriated by the legislature is just a dollar amount. It's been this $5,060,528 for quite literally a decade and a half, and it has been sufficient to cover the amount since then. The amount spent has come down a little bit due to some, and I think it was in 2016, there was some juvenile justice reform bill that was passed, which resulted in fewer individuals in juvenile detention, so fewer individuals served. So that is juvenile detention, and I believe Frank wants to chime in.
So one of the things about the consensus estimate, so in all of these we talked about so far, is the department is not recommending any enhancement to what has already been allocated for 2027 from the bill. So one of the things we'll do in July is try to kind of group these things that basically it's fund the law the way it is, the way the census estimate goes forward. We'll do that in such a way that it allows the estimate to change. So like the 2.9% for increase in base that John talked about, if inflation cools over that time, that number will be less. If it gets higher, then that number will go up. And basically what we'll ask is for the state board to basically have the legislature fund the law and adopt the consensus estimates. That is exactly what the legislature did for the last several years to do this. So those parts are pretty simple. The consensus estimate group kind of works like a reverse Price is Right thing. The goal is to be as close as possible without being under, okay? Because what we don't want to do is have to go back in January and say, hey, we don't have enough money for this year. We need to get more money appropriated this year. So we would like to, and this is what will happen this year, is that we'll have a little bit too much, and that will just get reappropriated into the next year. Some of them have lapse language where it just goes back, but if we don't use it, it just goes back. But we would like to have a little bit too much. Now, the problem we run into is people think about like $20 million is way too much left over. That is less than 0.3% off. Because the numbers are so big, being off by 20 or $30 million is really pretty close. And if you get closer, you run the risk of, well, we're $15 million under instead of $20 million over. So that's what we'll ask you to do, is approve basically funding the law, allowing the consensus estimate to continue to work how it has. To Connie's point a little bit, we don't know what we'll ask for next year, because we'll have to see by this time next year, we won't know what the legislature has approved in 2027. So we may have to even get more general and say, I don't know, we'll come back to that. So as we move forward, we're going to talk about ones where we would think that the state board may want to talk about different enhancement requests. So the next one is special education. And so as we go through this, we'll present several different options of do nothing, don't request another enhancement, or what those enhancements could be, and we'll kind of talk about those as we go through. All right, so we're going to go through special ed, and then I'll come back up for something else later on.
So special education, the last couple of legislative sessions, has been a budgetary topic that has come up again and again. So state law 723422 requires that the state special education appropriation equal 92% of excess costs, statewide excess costs. This table shows the history, and it's gotten a little small over the last couple of years, but that's in part because I wanted to keep fiscal year 2011 on there, because that was the last time the state met 92% of excess costs, and it did so with the aid of federal ARA money, which was the Great Recession Relief and Recovery, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act monies from the Great Recession. As you can see from this table, the percent of excess costs has declined pretty steadily since that point. And that's in part because even though the state aid appropriation has gone up, especially, over the last 5 or 6 years, costs for providing special education have increased more. And so the excess costs under the statutory formula have grown faster than the appropriation. So that's why you see the percentage is coming down. Now, it did for a little bit there from 21 through 25. There has been some federal pandemic relief monies that were used for special education, so that helped smooth out the decrease some, but it has the percentages have been decreasing, and the current estimates, as you can see for 26 and 27, start going down further because there is no longer any of that federal pandemic money there to help offset it. So that's where we are in terms of excess costs. So in fiscal year 27, the appropriation, the expected base appropriation of $611 million would cover an estimated 69.5% of statewide excess costs.
Okay. Betty.
Thank you. Funding sped is such a problem to understand for many reasons. So if you could explain, and this is an area that we've talked about a lot, how even if it's not adequately funded, that they have dibs? Okay, is that a good word? They have dibs on gen ed funding to satisfy that. Can you address any of, or put that in a perspective where it makes sense?
So, Madam Chair, board member, school districts are required under federal and state law to provide special education services. And so for school districts, they get funding for special education from a variety of sources. So they have their state aid that they get from here through the state. There is federal grants for special education that come down. And then there's kind of everything else that they use for it. Most other school districts obviously are going to have to use, in Kansas, some of their local option budget or their general fund monies to help pay for special education. So when the state does not meet the 92% of excess cost appropriation, that means school districts have to transfer additional monies from either their general fund, which is their base aid, or their LOB, which is local property taxes for all local property taxes for some districts. For other districts, it might be a combination of state equalization aid and LOB, or in their local property taxes. They have to transfer that into their special education fund to fund those special education services that they are required by state and federal law to provide. So the underfunding of special education diverts dollars that could otherwise be used for general education. Obviously, special education students need those services, but if the state provided additional special education funding, that would be less monies that school districts had to transfer out of the general fund or LOB.
So that if I could follow up, so that's a deficit for gen ed students.
So, yes. And so to kind of put the numbers on it for 23, 24, which is the last year we have complete, and we're finishing up 24, 25 now, school districts transferred from local funds about $440 million, which was 42% of the total costs. Now, some people think that as John was talking about, that the state's supposed to fund 92% of excess costs, that school districts should only fund 8%. That is not correct. The excess cost calculation actually includes some local funds. It varies from district to district, but really school districts should be funding about 20 to 30% of the special education costs under current law. Because the legislature has not funded 92% of excess costs, they've had to pay about an additional probably close to $300 million last year that could have gone to general education expenses, but instead had to go to special education expenses because once a service is in a student's IEP, the district doesn't have any choice but to fulfill that obligation, or they would be in violation of state and federal law.
What's the rationale? I promise. But this, I'm sorry, I said one more. One more.
Go ahead.
Why is there such a problem with adequately funding? I know this has come before us, and we talk about that, but what is the problem with adequately funding SPED? Is it because they know they can rob Peter to pay Paul? Or, I mean, what do you think is the motivator? Think, not know, but just think.
So I mean, when you look at that, this has been an issue for a couple of decades. I think everybody has a different situation. One of the most common ones is that the federal government, when they passed IDEA, said that they thought they might fund as much as 40%. They're at 14%. So there are some legislators that are going to say that, well, if the federal government was funding 40% like they said they would, we'd be really close to 92% right now. So I think there are some legislators that would say, we're doing our part, the federal government's not doing their part like they promised. I think there are others that are just looking at, well, another $300 million in the budget means you can't do something else, which would include either other expenditures or lowering taxes. I mean, so it's just it's already, $5 billion. It's already too much. We just spend too much. So I think that's some of it. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about how this all works and how it comes out. So I can't answer for any one person. I'm just talking about in the last 2 years, those are some of the arguments that I've heard is that have just gone through. And I think each legislator is different. Last year they added $75 million to special education. This year it's $10 million. And that's why you'll notice there was a jump from 72% to 75.5% of excess costs. And now it's going down because $10 million, or actually $7.5 million net because no federal funds this time. When you have $1.3 billion worth of special education expenses, $7.5 million doesn't go very far for the increased costs.
Yeah.
You want to also weave in the lawsuit part of it? Why the others were funded?
Well, the other part.
While the John went over to adhere to the law and what happened with the law with this?
So on the Gannon stuff, so the timing of when the state was actually at 92% is important, because after the Montoy decision, where the state was told they had to fund the 92%, and they agreed to it, and that's when the 92% came about, they started funding the 92%. After the recession, they used federal funds to do that for a while, and then those went away. And since that time, it's eroded. When the Gannon suit was filed, special education wasn't a problem. They were funding at about 92%. So it was not brought up as part of the Gannon decision. By the time Gannon got settled in 2017, you can see where we were already down to 79%. The plaintiffs brought that up as, hey, we need to talk about special education. And the Supreme Court said, you can't, because you didn't talk about it at the lower court, and you can't add something else later on.
Right.
So at the time, during Montoy, they said this is the right formula and it's working. Since that time, it has not been challenged.
Okay. Debbie, did you have a question?
Yes, me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably more of a comment, because it's difficult for me to follow this on any day. This is just not my wheelhouse. But I have been for now a year now studying this in depth with a number of people. And what I have a hard time with is a lot of the numbers aren't even available to us. Like, there's federal monies that come straight from the federal government to the schools that are never even accounted for on the state. So those are not being counted into the special education funds, like Medicaid. We don't see those numbers come through the state. Number of Medicaid goes straight to the schools. One of the other things that the people I've talked to said is that the term revenue becomes meaningless in the USD reports, because some are received from the state, some are received directly. The canceled encumbrances are not accounted for in a way that we can follow on our level, looking through Data Central and such.
And then the flow-throughs, like special education flow-through is, we've seen it listed as an expenditure, but not as a revenue in some schools. So if the accounting isn't easily followed by the average taxpayer, then it becomes difficult to say, well, this is not funded properly, because we can't really follow the funding very well. And so, I mean, again, this is not my wheelhouse. I've got like 5 pages of notes, and the people I talked to, they looked at me and said, oh, Debbie, it looks like the light just came on. And this was like last November, after 6 months of talking to them. I'm starting to, okay, maybe I might be beginning to understand. That's how complex it is, because I'm not totally an idiot in math, but this stuff is just so complex that you can make numbers say anything. And I think that it would do this board really well to have numbers that we can follow with our people and know that they're complete.
And I would say all those numbers are available. Just kind of to start with, so there are 2 different questions on whether special education is properly funded or funded according to the law. You can talk, you have a lot of debate about properly. It is not being funded according to the law. Medicaid goes through KDHE. It doesn't come through KSDE, but it is completely accounted for, and it is part of the excess cost calculation. So it is subtracted out of the statewide estimate for special education cost before we get down to calculating state aid. It's one of the federal ones that's in there. Because of state law, flow-through or all special education funding goes into the general fund, where it's counted as a revenue through the general fund. Then it's counted as an expense because it must be transferred to the special education fund. So it's counted as an expense in general fund, as a revenue in special education, and then the expenditures are counted again as an expense. That is because of state law. The districts can't do it any other way. And so when you look at a school's budget, you look at 2 different budgets. There's a total budget and then the budget minus the transfers, because otherwise transfers get counted twice. And that's just an accounting part, is that when it goes into one fund as a revenue and then comes back out as an expense back into another one, it's getting counted twice. So on our budget software, we subtract out the transfers so that they only get counted one time. So, I mean, I think all of that information is available. I will agree it's complex, but I mean the rules for accounting with the accounting handbook are pretty tight. Now, does that mean that everybody puts everything in the right place with the right number every time? I can guarantee you that's not the case, but the rules are in place to do that, and sometimes things get coded wrong and they get fixed as they get noticed.
Well, hopefully my people who follow this will be able to follow what you just said, because I can't. But I can tell you that they said there's a 160th page report from the USD for the local revenue. There is no state report, so they actually have to go into each USD's 160 pages. I've seen her spreadsheet. I'm like, whoa. She literally has like a back spreadsheet just to collect information for one USD. She's been given a legislative revisor to work with. The revisor brought her all this information that she already had. So there's actually 3 people I'm talking to, but the main person I'm talking to is really brilliant on this. She's worked in tax stuff before, so.
I'm not familiar with her questions.
Betty? I promise. What about her? Is there a final per pupil, I'm trying to say this, I got it up here, per pupil funding after SPED is taken away to actually show what Gen Ed would be getting? Did you track that? I can start over.
No, we could, we get a rough number.
I don't mean for me. I just wondered if that was something that was available.
It's not something that we report.
Okay.
But when we look at, and so now that we have to calculate the local contribution, special education state aid, which you guys approved last June, one of the things that we have to calculate is the local contribution to special education. So if we took that $39 million or $440 million, and divided it by the about 475 weighted FTE, that would tell you what basically got subtracted from the base in order to fund special education at the local level. Now, there's a little bit off of that because there's also LOB in there, but if you looked at it only from general fund, you could do it that way.
Well, I'm not going to say anything because I promised, but thank you.
Sorry, I'll try to be quick. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw, you mentioned that they have to pull, it might hurt the general education funding for the kids. What would you say would be, I mean, would the average person even recognize that? Like a parent would recognize that there's, because I'm thinking about if they have to pull it anyway or they have to fund, what might they have to cut? I mean, just in general, what might a school have to cut?
Or not
A
do.
class or a teacher? I mean, what would they have to cut?
So, I mean, that's going to vary by district. And you asked the question, will they notice? But when you look at how long it's been going on, it's just become part of what happens. So, no, I don't think they would notice. They might notice if it started happening. If a school district wants to make a significant reduction in their budget, the fastest way to do that is class size. Because, most of the money that they spend goes to staff. The easiest way to trigger that is to change class size. In a large district, changing class sizes by less than one student on average can generate millions of dollars. And so when you look at that if those funds are going to that, you're doing one of two things. You're either paying fewer people more or more people less. So if you keep class sizes small, that means you have more people and now you don't have as much money to pay each of them a higher salary, or you reduce class sizes, and then now you have fewer people, so you have money to pay them more. I use that analogy a lot when I had to work with negotiations, is that there's still so much money, and you have to make those choices. Now, there are a lot of other ways to do that. That's when districts start talking about how efficiently are we running, and then they start talking about, well, our demographics have, things have shifted around, so now we need to close this building to save money. So, yeah, any of those things that they're talking about may not have had to have happened if this was fully funded. Now, they may also say, well, we need to be more efficient in this area because we want to do this other thing. That's still something, you only have so much money to work with, and if you're going to do something new, you usually have to stop doing something old, which is actually a good thing because you need to evaluate what's going on.
And that would be, that would be a local decision, and those people would be elected, and if they feel like they're not spending it in the appropriate places, that's what they could raise their taxes or not, and prove to the people that they need more funding.
And they'd have a limited ability to raise more tax revenue unless they weren't at 33% on their LOB, which the average for last year was 32.3, so we don't have very many that are below 33. But you are correct. Either if you want to do something new, either you have to find more resources or you have to cut someplace else. And that's true in your own budgets. That's true everywhere. So I don't see that as being a problem. It's just that those are the decisions they're making now because of how the funding has to be directed because of state and federal law.
Yeah, I would say too is just to say parents being involved in their child's education all the way through would be involved at the school, helping at the school. Just all of the above. So that's how you find out about accountability as well. So thank you.
We really need to keep moving.
And I have it, it's written like one sentence.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, this would help my people a lot, and I think they even did a core request. Both of them wanted all 286 district CPA files in a working file, not PDF XLS or newer. That is exactly what they told me. I believe they're even trying to do a core request for it because I am insufficient to get them this information. But if you could get that for me, 286 district CPA files in a working file, not PDF, that would be amazing for them.
I don't believe that document exists in that format.
The CPA files?
We get PDFs from the district. We don't have a reason to have working files from the district.
Right. Should we not be able to request it from them?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the same as, well, I'm as bad as you.
Okay.
I mean,
We're gonna-
could we request that? Because that is something that my people need. So to
think you'd have to
study
go to
this
each
stuff.
district. We're gonna have to keep moving. We have a lot more in front of us on the budget part here. So, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the main way that special education state aid is distributed is the per teacher reimbursement amount, or special teacher reimbursement amount. And so in fiscal year 25, it was $30,815. It is currently estimated to be $29,600 for next fiscal year. Don't have an estimate for the 27 yet, but one reason it's going to go down despite an increased and additional special education funding is because that extra net $7.5 million is all of that new SGF money has to go into that local contribution model. So it's going into that form of distribution. So the pot of money for the special teacher reimbursement is going to decrease over time as transportation costs go up, because that will continue to go up, and that's distributed first before that. And so at that dollar, as long as the current method of distributing special education state aid continues, that dollar amount will slowly start to go down. So wanted to hit some of the different options for special education state aid. So the first option would be to just maintain the current legislative approved funding levels. So in fiscal year 27, that would stay at the $611 million appropriation, which would cover an estimated 69.5% of statewide excess costs. So that would cost $0 additional dollars. As you can see, that would be a decrease from the current year estimate of 75.4% and 73.2% next fiscal year. Option 2 would be to just pick a percentage of excess costs in fiscal year 27 and say, that's what we want to hit. I gave you some options here. I can calculate anything in between. So if you wanted to choose 81.3 or something, I could do that and calculate it. I chose 73.2% as the first one because that would be maintaining as at the fiscal year 26 level, and then just different increments all the way up to 92%. So you can see to maintain, it would take an estimated $32.4 million up all the way up to, if you wanted to get all the way to 92% in 1 year, it would be $197.6 million. Not
gonna happen.
Another option would be to do a various phase-ins over a course of multiple years. So the first phase-in would be a 4-year option to get to 92% of excess costs by fiscal year 2030. So this assumes annual 5% growth in excess costs associated with special education in fiscal year 28, 29, and 30, because we don't have estimates for those yet. So I built these plans on that 5% assumption, which is pretty close to what has historically been. So if you wanted to get to there in 4 years, it would cost an estimated $81.3 million a year. So that's where that would be. You could do a 3-year phase-in, which would cost an estimated $93.5 million a year. And then there is a 2-year phase-in, which would get to that goal by fiscal year 2028, which would cost an estimated $119 million per year. And so all the way back in fiscal year 2022 is when the state board started requesting phase-ins for special education. And every year since then, the goal, in the intervening years, the goal has been, it was a 5-year phase-in in fiscal year, or in 2022 that was requested to hit 92% in 2028. And then it was a 4-year request, and then last year it was a 3-year request to get to 2028. So if the state board wanted to maintain that same target, it would be a 2-year phase-in this time. So this is a kind of a summary of all those options. You have the different phase-ins, including a 1-year, which would be just all of $97.6 million in 1 year. So it includes the fiscal year 27 aid and then the ending aid by the time it would get there. So those are some of the various options for special education state aid.
Thank
you. Moving on, there is career and technical education transportation. So this reimburses a portion of costs associated with transporting high school students to excel in CTE courses, also known as Senate Bill 155. This was like 2012 Senate Bill 155. So this is not required under state law, but it was instituted when that bill was passed well over a decade ago. And this just reimburses. So this doesn't go to individual students if they drive themselves to these courses. It goes to if they're on in a school bus, depending on the size, a school suburban, that type of thing. As you can see, the current level is almost 1.5 million. That hasn't fully funded the formula that's been established for it. It would cost about an additional $800,000 to get there. That estimate is subject to change based on what school districts report, but we think it would be about $800,000. So some options are you could fund at current level of just zero additional dollars. You could request enhancement funding of $800,000. That would fully fund the program. If the board wanted to just pick some number in between, the board could also do that as well. So that is career and technical education transportation. The next funding program is the mentor teacher program, which is outlined in KSDE 72-2561. So this is a program that has existed since fiscal year about 2001 and has been funded on and off by the legislature. Funding was reinstated in fiscal year 2018 as part of the Gannon settlement. It was part of the 5-year increase in funding that was approved by the legislature beginning in fiscal year 2018. So it was at $1.3 million for a while, and that's what we are. That's what has been approved this year. The 2025 legislature zeroed out the funding beginning in fiscal year 2026. So some potential options are: do not recommend reinstating funding, keeping it at zero. Could reinstate funding at the prior level of $1.3 million. And we estimate that fully funding the program would be about $2.3 million. Last year, the board requested an enhancement of $1 million to fully fund it, and then the legislature zeroed out the funding.
John, if I could. Yes. John's doing a wonderful job of going over the numbers. You may have questions after this is over about what is mentor funding? What is career and tech ed funding? Exactly. I mean, just to give you an example, this is when I'm a new teacher, I'm assigned a veteran teacher that then assists me in that development and then pays them a stipend to do that. And the legislature zeroed that out last year, so there's no funds for that.
But it's legislated that it happens.
It is, yes. The law doesn't,
because I see a statute.
Oh, yeah, so there is a statute that allows for it, but it says it's subject to appropriation.
Oh, allows for it.
Yeah,
okay.
And so it does not require that they appropriate it, but there is a mechanism to distribute the funding subject to appropriation.
But what I'm asking is it law that new teachers are given a mentor?
No.
No.
But it is state board regulation.
It is.
That if you get an initial license, you have to have 2 years of mentoring in order to move to a professional license. So if a district has a new to the profession teacher who's on initial license, they will still have to provide a mentor, or that person will not be able to move to a professional license per state board regulation, not by statute.
And it is very important. I do recognize that. I was just trying to understand.
That's actually one of the things we've been explaining to districts is that you will not receive any reimbursement for stipends. So you don't actually have to pay the mentors a stipend if you don't want to. But because that was part of the deal when there was a stipend that was there, the teacher had to get at least the amount of the stipend that was given out. But they still have to have an assigned mentor. The qualifications of the mentor are stricter under the legislative mentor program than they are under the state board regulation. So a teacher that qualifies as a mentor for licensure may not qualify as a mentor for the stipend. That has to do with how many years they've been in the building and some other things that are just stricter on to get the funding.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Debbie? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So when we had the Teacher of the Year speaking, this is what I think, if I was just wanting to clarify, this is what I understand that they were saying was probably one of the most valuable teaching tools that they had, if I remember right.
I think, yes, I do think.
So I'm not sure exactly which time they talked about it. I heard the Teachers of the Year several years talk about mentoring being very important. There's also a great deal of research on mentoring being really important for retention of early career teachers. What happens with teachers that don't have mentors is typically they leave the profession at a much higher rate. So,
Well, and I was just wondering if it was possible to pull from like the classroom new teacher training and actually fund this from those funds, because this seems to be more important to them. I'm not sure. Do they get, I mean, we have budgets for other new teacher training, right?
not from the legislature or the state board, no.
No, I know they were ESSER funds, like the TNT, but yeah, I know Dr. Watson's shaking his head, yeah. So I thought, yeah, we have some,
Oh,
but,
Kansas leads, okay.
okay,
But
I
those are
just wondered if they
mentoring or
could
just
be,
leadership?
pulled
Right.
towards this,
Oh,
because this
gotcha.
seemed like the more important, what I was hearing teachers say, new teacher training for them, so,
Gotcha.
in the
Yeah.
priorities of
The
things.
rationale that was given at the legislature was the increase in the base was $208 million. That's plenty of money they can pay for their own mentors.
Okay. Thank you.
The second, or another funding program is for professional development. This is under KSA 722544, and it allows, subject to appropriation, like mentor teacher, school districts to get a state aid for a portion of their approved professional development program. And so this has also been funded on and off over the years by the legislature. Funding was reinstated in fiscal year 2018, again, as part of the Gannon phase-in at $1.7 million. The state board last year requested enhancement funding to fully fund this program at an estimated cost of about $6.5 million. It may have been slightly lower at that point. And again, the 25 legislature eliminated funding for this program. And so this is for expenditures by school districts on approved professional development programs that meet the requirements laid out in state board regulation. And it is up to 0.5% of a school district's general fund or actual expenditures, whichever, or what, or 50% of actual?
Yeah,
50% of actual.
Or up to a small percentage of the
general fund. Yeah. So there's a not to exceed amount. But that would be, so some various options are just keep the funding at don't reinstate funding, which would cost $0 additional dollars. You could reinstate it at the prior level, $1.77 million, or the current estimate to fully fund is about $6.5 million. Again, that could change depending on how school districts report their professional development expenditures. The next state aid program is National Board Certification, which is provided for in KSA 72-2166. This can provide scholarships to teachers seeking National Board Certification and $1,000 stipends to districts that employ teachers with National Board Certification. State law requires school districts to pay teachers those $1,000 stipends. State law allows districts subject to appropriation to get reimbursed for those $1,000 stipends. The statute also allowed, so those scholarships, they were one amount for teachers seeking their initial National Board Certification, I believe up to $1,000 thereabouts, and a lesser amount for teachers renewing their National Board Certification. So this program has been funded for extremely long time. The appropriation has been $360,693. Don't ask me why it ends in 693. It's been that dollar amount for a very long time. We have not historically spent it all, but any unspent funds return to the state general fund. This does not reappropriate. So some budget options is you could recommend reinstating funding, or not do not recommend reinstating funding, which again would be $0 because this is another aid program that was zeroed out by the legislature for fiscal year 2026, or reinstate funding at the prior level, which would cover be enough to cover all of the associated costs with it. The next program is school lunch. So this is the state match to the National School Lunch Program. So to participate in the National School Lunch Program, there has to be a state match. State law provides that it will be 6 cents per lunch. The appropriation has been $2,510,486 for years and years and years. It doesn't meet that 6 cents per lunch, but it does meet the federal maintenance of effort requirements. It meets the minimum match. There's a specific dollar amount, a minimum amount that has to be appropriated under USDA guidelines, and this has met that minimum amount for the foreseeable future and has for years. So it would cost $0 additional to continue meeting that federal maintenance of effort requirements, which brings in several $100 million in federal funding for school nutrition programs. There is the pre-K pilot, which the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund has had, because this program is partly funded out of the Children's Initiatives Fund, which is the master tobacco settlement monies that come to the state. So the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund kind of oversees the CIF. So there was some discussion this month from the CIF about renaming this, because it's been a pilot for going on almost 20 years. So maybe the pre-K program or something along those lines. But right now this serves approximately 4,000 3- and 4-year-old students, including at least 50% who are at risk. So this has two main funding sources. There's the CIF, which is those tobacco dollars, and then there is TANF, which is the Federal Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. Which we get that money from DCF to help pay for this program. So the total amount estimated for 27 would be $8.3 million. You can see $4.2 million for CIF and $4.1 million from TANF. It's my understanding the Children's Cabinet didn't recommend any additional CIF funding for this, so the one kind of budget option at this point would just be to fund at the current level, which would cost $0 additional CIF dollars. Then there's Kansas Safe and Secure Schools grant. So this started in fiscal year 2019 with school districts being required to adopt comprehensive school safety plans. And these grants could fund this past fiscal year pay for a variety of different things. So AEDs, securing school entrances, purchasing communication equipment, creating new school resource officer positions, and purchasing school safety technology. And they would have to be matched on a dollar for dollar basis. So this program has been funded on and off. So it was funded in fiscal year 19 and 20, not funded in 21 and 22, and then funding was reinstated in 23. And it continued through this fiscal year, and this is another one of the aid programs that the 2025 legislature in a roundabout way got around to eliminating. So as you can see on this table, though, requested state aid pretty consistently exceeded the amount that was appropriated. So if the state board wanted, you could not recommend reinstating funding, just keep it at the $0. You could reinstate funding at the prior level, which was $5 million, and it would cost about $15 million to fully fund requests that we have received. And I want to emphasize that is received requests. There has been we've heard quite a bit from school districts that they knew there was only $5 million, so they may not have applied at all, or maybe not applied for everything that they would have liked if more money was available. So that $15 million would not meet the need per se. It would just meet what it would meet what has been historically requested. So there is a program over the next 2 years or year and a half at the Attorney General's office to help school districts get access to AI gun detection software, but that only exists currently in its current form for the rest of this fiscal year and next fiscal year. So, but then after that, that funding would go away. So, and then you can see there on the right hand, you know, we had well over 150 school districts a year getting these grants. So, and then we just have a couple other programs and legislative initiatives. So one is E-rate. So from fiscal year 2022 through this fiscal year, the KSDE has had state fiscal recovery fund money. So that's money out of the American Rescue Plan Act to provide the 10% state match for E-rate. And so this 10% state match, E-rate is a program that allows school districts based on their poverty to get federal dollars to help pay for internet hardware, internet infrastructure. So this would this has covered over the last several fiscal years the construction of new broadband infrastructure up to 1,000 megabit per second for up to 1,000 megabit per second internet. Depending on the level of poverty of a district, they might be eligible for up to 80% of the cost to be covered. If the state then provides a 10% match, covers the 10% of that final 20%, the federal government will then cover the final 10%, so that it costs nothing for a school district to do this construction project. So we knew last summer, we knew these funds were going away after this fiscal year, so we brought to the state board, and the state board approved last summer enhancement request for $1 million to try to continue this program going forward. The legislature did not authorize that and instead directed KSDE to spend $500,000 in existing resources to support the program in 26. So we will do that to the extent that school districts have applied for the program. But you could consider an option in fiscal year 27 to ask for additional funding to continue the program at $500,000 or not. And we'll see where it goes from there. And Frank, I believe, wanted to talk about letters.
So this one gets a little bit more complicated because it's all the things that you've talked about off and on for the last several months. As you are aware, the state board approved about $10 million at the time of ESSER and EANS funding for letters training. March 28th, we got told that we couldn't do that anymore. And so there's about $7.2 million that still had of work that hasn't been done yet. We are still waiting to find out. We have an appeal in process. So there's some of that there. What we wanted to do is just get in front of you that if those are denied, another option is to ask the legislature for state general fund to continue the project that you had already started. There is, starting in July, a proviso in our budget that says we can use any existing funds to continue this project. So they may have already given us permission to do that. It just depends on who you talk to about what that actually means. It may not be a bad idea if we're going down this road to actually ask about it. And somebody may say, well, you've already got permission to do that. Go ahead and do that, as long as those funds are still available. And that would be some of the funds that we've talked about where a certain amount is allocated, but it's not all spent. And so typically those funds are for a specific reason and then either lapse, which means they go back to the general fund, or reappropriate, which means they just move on to the next year, and then the legislature has to put less in to go with it. We may have permission to do this one way or the other, but in July we'll talk a little bit more about where we're at with the federal funds and talk about what we might want to do with state funds and whether that is a request that goes with it. So we put this in here just as an in case, but wanted to kind of talk you through that part, and we'll know more. Hopefully we know more in July.
So the letters would come out, it's an agency operating expenditure because that is a contract between KSDE and Pittsburgh State for the implementation of letters. Other potential operating budget enhancements that we would like to bring before the board. One is increased office rent, which might sound minor, but the lease rates for KSDE's office space were $20.50 a square foot in fiscal year 23, and they are currently scheduled to go to $24 a square foot in fiscal year 27. The monumental building surcharge, which is basically additional rent we pay to support the State House, Cedar Crest, other monumental buildings in Topeka, is currently scheduled to increase from $3 a square foot to $5 a square foot. So right now, the projected increase in costs for both of those from fiscal year 25 to 27 in state general fund only is $148,262, for which the legislature does not appropriate additional funding. So our rent has continued to go up, but we do not get more money to pay for it. So the rising overhead costs continue to eat into the agency's operating budget, which means we can't do other things. We have to pick and choose about what we can or cannot use the agency's limited SGF appropriation for. So in addition, there was that 1.5% cut that in operating expenditures that the legislature authorized for fiscal year 26, which just further exacerbates this. So one potential option would be to request an enhancement just for that projected increase, which all told, like I said, would be $148,262. That is just for the SGF portion of it. It does not account for, the total increase is larger than that, but some of it's going to be absorbed by other state funds or federal funds as well. We're not asking to cover all of the increase, just the portion that is currently paid out of the state general fund. Also in KSD's operating budget, so state law provides for Kansas's participation in the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, which is known as MIC3. State dues are increasing for the first time ever in fiscal year 2027. So state law requires KSDE to participate in this. And so Kansas's dues are going to increase. It might not seem like a lot here. They're going to increase from $9,657 to $17,189. So $7,532. But this is one of those things with this would be something KSD would have to absorb within its existing operating budget, and with rent going up so much and other overhead costs rising, it just makes it very hard to keep doing that and be able to continue operating at the same level. So this could be another potential enhancement request. Kansas is required to participate in this. And the dues are going up this is the first time ever. The states all agreed to it as part of it. So it's something that the legislature has previously provided for Kansas's participation in.
How long have we been in this compact? This is actually the first time I think I've heard of it.
A very long time. I think since about 2012 or 2013, but we can get a more definite answer for July.
Thank you.
And then so we talked about E-rate before, and that was for the aid to school districts. This is administrative funding to administer the program. And this work has to happen regardless of whether or not the state is providing that 10% match. Because regardless of whether or not that 10% match is provided, we have to do work with school districts and certify data to the federal government about, national school lunch participation levels to help determine what level of support, federal support, school districts are entitled to. So we have a portion of an employee's salary. There's a contract to help operate helpline for school districts. We provide trainings throughout the state with this money. And so KSD's administrative work for E-rate has been funded the last almost decade probably by a transfer of federal E-rate funding from the Kansas Board of Regents. This was E-rate funding that they received over a decade ago for a specific program, and then it just sat in a fund and wasn't being used. That fund is running out because it doesn't have any more revenue in it and will not be available in fiscal year 27. So to ensure KSDs can continue to provide those services in helping school districts, it's going to have to be replaced with either SGF funding or another funding source. So last year the state board approved an SGF enhancement for it. throughout the legislative process, there was some discussion about a portion of the universal service charge you see on your cell phone bill or your cable bill. Most of that goes to the federal government, but a portion of that stays in state. The Kansas Corporation Commission has that, so we could have some discussions with potentially finding just a different funding source somewhere. So there's different budget options as KSDE could just eat it and fund it, find the money internally and fund it, or we could try to find an alternative funding source, work with either SGF or work with the legislature, cable, or Kansas Corporation Commission to see if there's another non-SGF funding source to be able to support this work. And Frank has the last couple.
All right, the last, two of the last three these are non-KSD agencies that have come to us and asked the state board to include a funding recommendation on their behalf in our budget. And so the first one is Sparkwheel. Sparkwheel it was formerly known as Communities in Schools, so you might be familiar with that. They work in about 40 schools across the state. They are trying to expand from elementary into middle school in 12 schools. And so they are requesting about $1.3 million to do that expansion in the districts that are listed there. This may sound familiar because at one point they were put into our budget. K-12 budget approved this expenditure with additional SGF. Appropriations then took away the additional SGF and said we could fund it out of our existing resources. Just as a reminder, if we only look at the state or at the agency operating funds from the state general fund is $21 million. And so the state is paying $21 million for us to administer over $5 billion worth of state funding, which if you look at anybody who administers grants, that's a bargain. But when you look at if we had to find $1.3 million from existing resources, we already have $334,000 for that and $500,000 for E-rate. All total, we got to about $10 million that we were just going to have to take out of, which was going to be half of our operating budget. Luckily, that got taken away. So in this case, they are asking for us to ask for a budget enhancement, which would be SGF, unless somebody comes up with other funds that might work for that. The other one that has come to us
Frank,
is...
if you could, just a sec, thank you. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Sparkwheel something that could be available if they wanted it to our Kansas School for the Blind or the Kansas School for the Deaf for resources that they might benefit from?
So I don't know that specifically. They don't have a lot of operations in the Kansas City metro area, so I don't know if that would be where they would be. And then it would also be whether they could. But again, currently they could also be funded by local school districts expanding the program within their school district. But certainly something we could reach out to them.
Well, and I'm trying to remember what they do.
So it's before and after school support for students. One of the metrics they track is how students going on through post-secondary. I mean, they track a lot of the same metrics that the state board tracks, just for the students involved in the program. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That is one of the things they do. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So the next one is junior achievement. They're trying to do a pilot for what they call 3DE. What this technically is, it's kind of school within a school in a high school, which means you take a group of students with a set of teachers and they stay with that set of teachers through everything. So you have a social studies teacher, a science teacher, a math teacher, English language arts teacher. And then all of the curriculum is based on a real world problem solving. So during that school year, working in those teams, they would be solving a problem that they get from an industry someplace, and junior achievement connects them with the folks that work on that. And then their instruction, although they would still continue to teach the same standards that the course would be. So if it's in the junior year, they would still teach junior English, but it would be from the perspective of solving the problem that they're working on. And so phase one implementation is $950,000. They're asking the state board to make that request. I will say that just similar to Sparkwheel, many of the things that they work on align well with state board goals. Okay.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. What I'm going to say now, and then we'll move on to state board pay, because we actually forgot to put that slide in there, so I have to talk about it separately. Well, one of the things I think the state board needs to consider as you're thinking over the next month what you're going to recommend or what you're not going to recommend is that nothing that you recommended last year got fully funded. So
Quite the opposite.
I think philosophically the board needs to think about, do we minimize our requests? And are there specific things that we think are most important? The state board, historically, that's been special education and then different things. I've heard board members talk a lot about mentor teachers. And so do you talk about, we're going to ask for a shorter list of things, and then that would make it difficult to add on these requests from these other folks. And I told them that when I met with them. I said, you understand, having the state board put this on their request
doesn't get you anything.
Hasn't been real helpful for us, so I don't know what it's going to do for you. But I also told them at the time, I said the state board's going to have to think about how much we're actually going to request, and your project so if you had to think about, would you ask for $1.3 million to go back to what we had in mentor teachers or for Sparkwheel? You're going to, those are decisions you're going to have to make. And so as you look through those, just be thinking about, if I had to prioritize, which would be my top priority, and then how much do I think we can ask for? The other thing that has come up is that, especially with special education, if you're looking at, well, we want to stay on our 2028 target, it's likely that these special education finance formula could be different for 2028. And so they would not be able to spend less SGF because of maintenance of fiscal support that would be required. It's like maintenance of effort, but it may look very different. So those are just kinds of things to just be thinking about. The last one I want to talk about is state board pay, because as John and I were going over this morning, we said, oh yeah, we forgot that one. I will start with the question that Michelle had that Mark emailed me the answer to before I got to my office, by the way, with the statute. The state board is required to meet at least once a month. There is nothing that says how long it is. You can meet more often than once a month, and it sets up things for different things, but the requirement is at least once a month. Then there are some requirements about setting the dates, all that kind of stuff, but you usually do that in January.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So the next thing is that when we talked about this last year about raising the state board pay, the original request, or the original idea, was the state board pay would stay matched with the legislative pay while they were in session. And that fiscal note was about $175,000. K-12 budget passed out of committee a recommendation that it would be basically you had 30 days of pay at the same rate that the legislature got while they were in session, and then some other days to get to 72, because that's been the average, at the rate that the legislators get when they're not in session, which is a lower rate. And that fiscal note was about $120,000. So what we would, there are the three options that we would present there basically is you could ask for nothing, keep doing what's going on, or we would bring back an option where you would say the same amount as their daily rate of pay in session. That number will be higher because they're going to get a raise based on the Midwest consumer wage increase that's automatically built into the legislation. Or we could do the other one, which was kind of the compromise that they got into, which was for the meeting dates, you get what they get while they're in session, and then for the non-meeting dates, you get a lower rate that is out there. So, but again, we would increase that by whatever raise that they are automatically getting. So those will be the three options we're talking about. Once that's done, when we talked about this last year, we were limited to what the statute says you can do. Because we talked about, should you go to a salary, should you stay with a daily rate? Once you know what it is, you could reconsider that, because now you have the authority, subject only to budgetary limitations, to set your rate of compensation at whatever it is you want it to be. So.
Okay, thank you. Michelle?
So while we're on this topic, how is the legislation, I shouldn't probably know this, but how are they funded? Like, we're funded through our agency, I mean.
So you are part of the $21 million of agency operating funds. So that's how you are funded.
Okay.
They are funded also by state general fund.
State general fund,
So
okay.
there's an appropriation for how much it costs for legislative work, and that includes legislative salaries.
So that doesn't include like reimbursements for travel or gas or
does.
okay. So their new salary is, all of that's wrapped into one, it covers
No.
everything.
So their salary is $43,000 a year. They get per diem the exact same way that you do, and that does not change. That didn't change for next year either. So your per diem is done exactly the same way. I don't know that they do the same thing with the shares that we do as we kind of budget it out, because again, we have a set amount of money to work with, just like they do. What they do is then usually the Legislative Coordinating Council approves days that people can work on that. That's why they do so much with how many days do committees get, because that goes into, you have to be able to pay for all that.
Right.
So just like you do, well, you say we're going to approve these travel days or these extra days, the Legislative Coordinating Council would do that as well.
So they do that, they vote for that as far as if they're over budget, or do they look at if they're over budget?
So somebody should, I don't know how they do it, but there are folks that would be keeping track of their budget to know whether they have, how much funding they have left.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it as, it's not a career, it's a service. You're in there to serve, not to be there as a career.
But an example would be is that the Education Funding Task Force has interim committee dates approved through September. Now, they're planning to meet October, November, and December as well. Those have not yet been approved. The Legislative Coordinating Council will at some point have to say, can we afford those? And at some point, they may have to say, well, you really want 8 days, but you can only have 2 because some other committee needs so many days.
Okay.
And they have to live within their means, but they would decide it just like you do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
So with that, so our plan would be to come back next month. The first group we'll kind of group together is basically fund the law with the consensus estimates as kind of one set. The rest of them will be individual, and so you'll look at them each along the way. If there are particular motions that you would like to have ready to consider, let John or I know, and we can help Deborah craft that if there's something specific you want. Otherwise, we'll probably have motions for the enhancements. You don't need a motion to ask for nothing.
Right. I want to say I appreciate the conversation you had with Spark Will and this junior achievement that I've never heard of, and that you would say out loud, we have to look at our priorities. And that's huge for me, because literacy, math training, like those are things, and with the, the federal funds being cut off, those are way more important to me personally than.
And I specifically talked to them about especially professional development and mentor teachers of, I think it would be difficult for the state board to request that funding on top of the funding that districts had and now have lost. So
right.
Yeah, I just try to be honest with them.
Yes, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah.
So, Debbie, this kind of goes to your comment before. This is a lot. And I want to talk about the timing. So we get crunched here on the timing. We can't start this discussion until the legislative session and the fiscal year is winding down. And we have to have something by the end of July so that Mark can actually have time to put together hundreds of pages of budget documents to the governor and to the legislature. And so we can't start it any earlier. But this is a big lift, because this request and later on your legislative priorities, sometimes those are hand in hand and sometimes those are different. So you will have to spend some time. And if I can be of any help just answering questions around what is junior achievement or something like that, I'd be happy to do that. But there is a lot of work between now and next month.
Next on our agenda is a report from our board attorney with a focus on the CORA and COMA Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, and if we'll just really try to keep it, I guess what I would ask the board is if you have specific questions for Mark on this topic, maybe you could write them down and save them for tomorrow at the end of the meeting, so we can get to the new superintendent reception. I would really appreciate that. Okay?
I
Mr.
did send out
Ferguson.
a detailed memo kind of summarizing the statutory changes, so you are aware of the language. I think that the summary of the conclusion and opinion based on the change to Cora is that we need to change our focus from the number of participants and, looking at it from a majority of the quorum or 6 or a subcommittee to really looking at is a subcommittee or subordinate group should COMA apply to that. I know it's a presentation failure to read, but you can't get any better than this language. And if I were as crafty as this, I could read you my own. But from the opinion that I circulated, the first paragraph is wonderfully encapsulates the view that the courts and the statute have on COMA. And it says in the very first paragraph from that USD 512 decision, the Wizard of Oz may have been hidden behind a curtain while controlling things in Oz, but then he was not in Kansas. In Kansas, the public policy is that public business must be done in public, not behind a curtain or a closed door. That policy was enshrined into law by the legislature's enactment of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. So when a Kansas school district, and here this applied to a school district, but it applies to governmental entities or any subdivision or any subcommittee, it says that, so when a Kansas school district established a committee of parents, teachers, and others to examine the pros and cons of modifying some school boundaries and then report their concerns, observations, and recommendations to the Board of Education for possible action, the question arose whether this group's meetings had to be open to the public. And I realize it creates very significant hurdles in terms of notice, the space that needs to be provided, the kinds of accommodations to make that open. But my recommendation and conclusion is that the changes to that have been made to the statute will materially change the way we schedule meetings and conduct meetings. For example, like the policy committee will need to probably, I mean, there are easy solutions. I think it feels at the front like there might be major changes, but it's just kind of a change of focus on and where we set them, how we set them, providing notice, maybe conducting those committee meetings in the boardroom and just making them available for people to come and go, things like that. So be happy to stand for any questions.
And if you think of anything, oh, yes, really quickly. Thank you, Mark. I think hers is separate from what you're doing. And if you guys think of anything, feel free to bring it up at the end of the meeting tomorrow so we can be sure and answer any questions. Melanie had a comment she wanted to put out.
From the policy committee in reference to conversation last month about appeal. So there was an appeal to the board and essentially the conversation around point of order. So in your packet, you have this sheet which has some red and some blue text on it. The blue text would not be included in the final changes to policy, but this is what the policy committee came up with as a proposal to amend board policy. So we adhere to a modified version of Robert's rules, essentially, and by putting this verbiage that we've crafted, which is very short, into the policy book, then this essentially serves as the stand-in for that. So I'll just read for you real quick the changes. It says pages 6 and 7, section 1006. We amended item B1. So it begins with any perceived violation of boardsmanship expectations can be voiced to the chair by any board member. This would essentially, this is me jumping in, this would essentially be a point of order is used when a board member perceives that the rules have not been followed inadvertently or otherwise. And so the addition here then would be at the end of that line, number 1, we would add, at the time of the perceived violation, by indicating which board policy is potentially being violated. And then what happens next is number 2, the chair would then rule on the potential violation, so that's new. And then appending, if any member is dissatisfied with the ruling of the chair, we're adding the section after that in red, which says an appeal may be made to the entire board. So Debbie, to your point of, I appeal to the board, that's this section. The motion to appeal the chair's ruling must be made and seconded in order to further discussion or action to take place. So that's the change there, and really covers all of those items. So if you'll take a look at this, we can discuss tomorrow. And yeah, that's all I have on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So yeah, please take that with you and mull it over. So tomorrow when we dive back into committee, toward the end of the meeting with committee reports, we can have some more discussion about that. Okay? Okay. We will adjourn at 5:13 and go to the superintendent.